Miss Amanda Henrik.
Here.
Skyer. Miss Kristen Kellogg.
Here.
Mr. Dan Pickney.
Here.
Mr. Gabriel Jaroslavsky.
Here.
Mr. Ken Breslauer.
Here.
Mr. Reginald Stemlaw.
Here.
Stambaugh, I'm sorry. Mr. Keith Williams. Miss Donna Tomaszewski.
Here.
Mr. James Murphy.
Here.
We now move on to approval of the agenda for tonight's meeting. Do we have any changes to the agenda as presented? I'm seeing we do not have any from staff. Is there anyone on the board that would like to make a change? Okay, seeing none, can we have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the agenda for tonight's Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to approval of the minutes from the December 15th meeting. Do we have any changes to the minutes as presented? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion to approve.
I move the board to approve the meeting minutes from the December 15, 2021 meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Meetings have been approved. We now move on to the report of the Historic Preservation Planner.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. Frederique Metner, City Historic Preservation Planner. Since the last meeting, staff has reviewed 100 Level 1 applications, 2 Level 2s, and 5 zoning reviews. And under general communications, I wanted to welcome to the board James Murphy, a longtime planner and preservationist with lots of municipal experience, so it's exciting to welcome him as our alternate to the board. Thank you.
And I echo your sentiments. We're so thrilled to have you with your knowledge and expertise to benefit this board. So thank you so much for making the time to be here. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, Frederique. I'm thrilled to be part of this.
Thank you. We now move on to remarks by the chairperson. The matters before us this evening are quasi-judicial in nature, which means we base our decisions on competent, substantial evidence that comes before us. We ask you to please keep that in mind when making your comments. For each case, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a presentation. The presentations will be limited to 10 minutes per applicant, 15 minutes if it's a demolition, and then staff will make their presentation. Following that, there will be an opportunity for public comment, and we ask that you limit your public comment to 3 minutes per person. And after public comment, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a rebuttal if they so choose, and then we will enter into executive session where we will make our decision. To lead into this, we need to let you know if we've had any conversations outside of this meeting. So we will now lead in with a declaration of ex parte communications. Mr. Murphy, if you could please start.
I'm sorry, Amanda. Declaration of ex parte?
Yes.
None. Just the agenda that was submitted and the backup associated with it.
Donna Tomaszewski, no ex parte communications.
Gabe Jaroslavsky, no ex parte communication.
Amanda Skyer, I did speak with Ms. Mittner about the cases on tonight's agenda and with David Lawrence, who is the architect for 2415 South Flagler Drive, but I can base my decision this evening on the evidence that comes before us.
Kristen Kellogg, no ex parte communication.
Dan Pickney, no ex parte communications.
Ken Breslauer, no ex parte communication.
Reg Stambaugh, no ex parte communications.
Thank you. We now enter the public comment portion of the meeting. If there is anyone here that is here to comment on an issue or an item that is not on tonight's agenda, now is the time to do so. Is there anyone here that would like to make public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will now move on to the swearing in of our speakers. If you plan on speaking or think you may speak at any point during the meeting, if you could please rise and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. We have 3 consent cases on tonight's agenda. Can we please have a motion to approve?
I move to approve consent cases, case number 22-01-3713 North Flagler Drive, case number 22-02-424 27th Street, and case number 22-04-101 Graymont Drive.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. If you are 3713 North Flagler Drive, 424 27th Street, or 101 Graymont Drive, your case has been approved. Thank you. Our first continued case for this evening is case number 21-68, 2415 South Flagler Drive.
It's your text, so probably a good idea, right?
Which one?
Both of those are going on today, so.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Good evening. For the record, David Lawrence with David Lawrence Architecture. So hopefully third time's a charm. Hopefully. So where we were 2 months ago was we encountered a lot of resistance from the gentleman that lived, Mr. Luthier, Heather and Mark Luthier, that lived to the south, as well as letters of objection from the neighborhood association. So we went back and redesigned it. And so we looked to the neighborhood for cues of what we thought would be appropriate. And we felt that given that Mr. Luthier's house is more of a colonial style, and we liked the Monterey style, the Monterey Colonial was kind of where we were going with this thing. So we redesigned the house in that style. So this is, let's see if I can, this is Mr. Luthier's house immediately to the south. The property to the north is on today's agenda by Mr. Melhorn. And these were previous examples. This is what we presented last time. So, and this is our proposed design in the streets, fitting in the streetscape. And of course, we have not adjusted for the design at 2405. It's not approved yet, so we didn't put it in. So these are some of the precedents in the neighborhood that show you the style that we're trying to be more sympathetic with. This is a figure ground study. I don't know why this, let me see if I can, there we go. Showing that the overall massing of the building is in keeping in terms of the width with what's adjacent to it immediately. Our ceiling heights are 10 feet on the first floor, 9 feet on the second floor, except where we approach the setbacks. In some places it's 8 feet on the second floor. The plan presents much the same way. Living room in the front, dining room in the front, kitchen family in the back, den, media room, cabana, garage. Second floor, one guest forward, primary bedroom forward, primary bath back, and 2 more guest bedrooms back. No party deck. This is the roof plan, and these are the elevations. And our coloration is a slightly off-white with the white aluminum ESP finish on the windows. We'd use CGI Sentinel series with a applied mutton with a profile. The railings are designed to be sympathetic with the Monterey style, which has got more of a crosshatch pattern in some of the, the properties that we used as a precedent. So this is what we had before, and this is what we're presenting today. And we did have a meeting with Mr. and Mrs. Luthier. They were very pleased with it. I don't know if they're here today to say anything. Yes, they are. All right, good. So they were very pleased with it. I think they'll hopefully say so. And so that's, this is previously what we had, and this is what we have now. So the back pool deck area did not change a whole lot, but the design of the style of the house did. So this is what we had before, and this is what we have now. So.
Questions of the applicant? Could you speak a little bit about the materials you intend to use?
It would be smooth stucco finish. The roof tiles would be an Integra natural gray with black antique swept. The shutters would be probably a painted wood. But the windows themselves are aluminum, impact rated. The railings would be aluminum. What we tried to do with because the way, you can't really do an X shape without, to respect the code. So what we've done is, I saw one Ken Tate's houses. I thought was a really pretty good trick. What they did was use a very, very thin secondary element to achieve the code, but the cross hatches are dominant. And I thought, if you find a good idea, steal it. Hopefully, he won't be mad. So that's how we accomplished this, the rail look, so that it kind of fits the neighborhood with that style, and we didn't, fall back to the usual Chippendale rail. Does that help?
And did you ever consider wood instead of metal for the railing?
It just, we did on 2914 Washington, we did wood trellises. Mm-hmm. The wood trellises were coming apart before we were finished with the job. So my client is really reluctant he's probably going to not even want us to do wood shutters. But, so it's a harsh climate. It just doesn't seem to hold up too well. So that was kind of why. I mean, there will be, the outlookers will be wood, but that's the extent of it. And the columns are wood also.
And are the outlookers structural or are they applied?
They're structural, given the profile. So we're going to have to be real careful about the underside, make sure we get all the nails out.
Any further questions?
How the massing of the redesign compares to the previous design?
It's pretty similar plan. What's
I mean, height-wise.
Height-wise? Because we don't have the parapets, pretty much it's coming down 2.5 feet roughly, because the parapets were sticking up. I think some of the other objections were based on the idea that there wasn't a horizontality to it, that it was far more vertical. I think that we've taken great care to design the house so that it's more horizontal in terms of the elements, and I think that makes a difference in how it's perceived. It's less imposing.
Yes. I have a question. Good evening. I didn't see your previous iteration, so this is my first go at this. Understanding that the project later on the agenda, 2405, is not been approved, did you look at those drawings prior to this resubmittal in terms of any inspiration or kind of contextual for the new construction, how the massing would be impacting yours, or do you have a side-by-side comparison of that elevation?
We don't have it here because we didn't get it until after it was filed.
Okay, yeah.
I have had a chance to look at it. The way they had the benefit of having a corner lot. It presents very differently, which means that they were using when you have a corner lot, you can front the other street and you can get your backyard to open up to the water, which is what it appears to me that they've done. I don't want to opine too much on the design. We did look at it. Yep. The elevation heights of where their finished floor is set is comparable, if not slightly higher than ours. The floor-to-floors are comparable.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that they've chosen to put their massing on the side street because they can, and we can't. We're a locked lot, so we have to present on Flagler because that's what we have. That's the constraint. So, but yes, I did look at the design. It's a fine design. It's a different style than what we chose, but we looked to the cues of the neighborhood because my client did not really want a Mediterranean version of a house. So this was what they felt more comfortable with.
I was just curious because I understand submittal deadlines to staff may have precluded you from being able to study that in terms of this latest revision. I was more interested in terms of this design choices such as location of the driveway and location of the garage. In any case, what's the base flood elevation in this area?
We're required to build a 9, and that's where we are.
What's the crown of the road height? I didn't see that on your sheet.
It's not there. We don't usually show that here. It's not Palm Beach. But we're up about 6 feet. The road's about 5. Or, well, no, I'm sorry, 3.5. So we're up considerably.
Thank you.
No more questions?
Any further questions of the applicant?
I see it's on your plans, I just can't read it. What is the interstitial space between the first and second floor?
I'm sorry?
What is the interstitial space between the first and second floor?
Trusses. And
What is the height of it?
about 18 inches.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Slab plus mechanical, electrical, lighting.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Frederick Mettner presenting case 21-68 for 2415 South Flagler Drive. As you recall, this item was continued actually from the September hearing. It is an interior lot on the west side of Flagler Drive in the El Cid Historic District. It currently has a non-contributing home, and the applicant is requesting demolition of the structure and approval of new construction. As you just heard, the design has been revised to take its cues from the Monterey style and to be more consistent with the existing contributing structure to the south. Again, the current home, kind of context photos, and as you heard and have seen in your packet, the application is on this evening's agenda for the lot just to the north. We reviewed the demolition criteria in the city's land development regulations. It is listed as a non-contributing structure, so the loss of it should not be irreparable to the district or the city. You just saw the revised proposal. I think because it does change to a hip roof, the massing does read a little higher versus the parapet. However, we do have quite a significant flood elevation that's required, plus our 2-foot freeboard that the city requires. So those were certainly constraints, but I think the massing is broken down into different elements and takes better cues from the property to the south. So this is what was supplied by the applicant. Also, just kind of the lines of the building relative to the structure to the south, it is pushed back a bit. The first floor plan, the second floor plan, and the rooftop, there is a small balcony here, no party deck, but I did want to point that out. So that is a significant reduction, but there is a small space on the roof. The elevations that were just presented to you, the rendered side elevations of the cabana and the pool house. One is attached and one is detached. The garage is attached, so it meets primary structure setbacks. The detached cabana is not, so it has different setback requirements, and some other renderings that were provided by the applicant. As well as the material, very happy to see the clear glazing on the front elevation, even on new construction, no low E, fully clear. I think that'll help really read with the transparency there. So in reviewing our compatibility criteria, as well as Secretary Interior Standards number 9 and 10, we do believe it meets those, and we are recommending approval.
Thank you. Questions of staff? I think Mr. Murphy raised some good questions, and I wonder if you have had an opportunity to compare these two applications.
I think they work well together. I like that they're different architectural styles. They're going to need to meet the same floodplain elevations, not go higher than that. So from that standpoint, they're going to be compatible. I think they work well together. And as the applicant stated, they're very different lots in terms of how the architect has chosen to program it. But I think it makes sense. I think they relate well. And I will also defer to the next applicant to see if they concur with that. But I think they work well. And here we just have the FEMA plus 2-foot freeboard, regardless of the height of the crown of the road.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move on to public comment. Our first card is for Theo Hayes.
I live in the corner of 245 Valencia and South Flagler. So there's going to be 2 new houses on South Flagler. My concern is the parking and the trucks. When the dock was rebuilt for El Cid, all the dock workers took down all the no parking signs, and they never replaced them like they told me they would. So now we have people, and I'm assuming with these 2 houses under construction, there's going to be a lot of workmen, there's going to be a lot of trucks, a lot of traffic, and our little street can't take that. I can't have the parking on both sides. Ambulances and fire trucks can't get through. I've seen them back up to get back on South Flagler to go to someone's house. So my biggest concern, and I approve of this design, I think it's great, is the parking. I want a parking study, or at least have these builders come up with a parking plan that they'll make sure that the people that work for them stick to it. Because I have to put up with, it's not that I put up with, I love it when everybody parks in front of my house and goes fishing, but it's like constant. I constantly have people all up and down, because I own from Flagler to almost Medina, and if I have people over, there's never any parking available. So I just think this is going to be a big deal. So I want you to keep that in your mind for these next 2 homes that are being built on South Flagler, to please give me and some of my neighbors a break. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Mittner, who would be the proper department that we could put Ms. Hayes in touch with?
I think our parking department to reinstall those no parking signs would be most effective on probably the north side of the street. And that's something. Oh, okay, the south. Okay. The south then. And we can coordinate that with her and make sure that the applicants also understand that that needs to be complied with.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Pullum, did you mean to comment on this case or another? Yeah. Okay. Nancy Pullum.
Thank you. Nancy Pullum, Belmont Road. I have two things to say. One is your question, Mr. Murphy, was a very good one. And if we were Palm Beach, we wouldn't be as high. And the board needs to be cognizant of the fact that West Palm Beach is requiring twice the height that FEMA requires. And it's starting to canyonize new construction vis-a-vis the old. We've seen it down on Washington Road happening. And I'm not sure, I had a long conversation with my surveyor about the very same thing. We have people coming in who are changing elevations of property just because they want to. And we have all this new, the infill construction where houses are not significant. And I have not ever heard anybody give me an explanation as to why our requirements are so much more stringent than Palm Beach's are. So if you all could answer that for me or help with that, I'd really appreciate it. And then the other thing is, construction services can require them as a condition of the permit to do a parking plan because it is pandemonium. I have a house next door to me under construction. They don't care where they park. We had 3 on our block at the same time. They parked on the bulb outs, the traffic calmers, they parked on the swales. They will block my driveway on any given day, just because they can, I guess. And other people also, we all have, like lawn service or whatever. It becomes it's a real constrained property, as will be the one on the corner. So I think if you could, in your recommendation, also strongly recommend that the construction services, building services, whatever they choose to call themselves, could require, because in another problem, when I spoke to them, they said, no, then they'll have to do a plan. They need to get a plan on, because every worker wants their truck where they can touch it. And I get it, but it's just not possible. So those are my 2 concerns. I am glad to see the design change. This looks like a home and not a bank. And it certainly is more inviting and welcoming. I do have a concern about how it all plays, and I'll speak on the next one when it comes up. But those are the 2 things in reference to this property and to others that I wanted to comment on. They can be required to have a parking plan so that their workers can be brought in. They can make accommodations the best they can, and also accommodate deliveries, dumpster dumping, etc. So it's going to be a major ordeal, and it will inconvenience way more than the people just on the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Mittner, could you speak on the city's freeboard requirement?
I'll do the best I can. This was something that was initiated to keep our insurance rating lower for the city-wide, and it was across the board. So it did capture historic districts as well. We've had the benefit of seeking variances for contributing structures, but new structures are not exempt from that requirement. So it's true what Ms. Pullum said, that we are seeing kind of this canyon change in streetscape when you have non-contributing homes being replaced with new construction. But it was just kind of to keep the insurance rating as best as possible, keep the premiums down for the city at large, and kind of be ahead of the curve of sea level rise.
And a 2-foot freeboard requirement is fairly standard, is that correct?
It's a little bit, other municipalities have it as well, so it's not unique, but it is more than a lot too.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further questions on this issue while we have Ms. Mittner at the microphone?
I have a comment to address one of her questions. I'm not 100% sure of this, but I went to a talk given by the engineer of the Everglades Club when they were raising their building. And much to my surprise, they said there was more of a danger of flooding on the intracoastal than on the ocean side, because apparently the ocean side is a high elevation. There's a ridge line there. So perhaps that answers your question of why homes along the intracoastal might have a higher elevation. But, you know, that's just speculation on my part.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further cards on this project. I just want to make sure. Okay. Being no further public comment, Mr. Lawrence, would you like to offer a rebuttal?
I understand, believe me, because of where I live, I deal with cars on my side streets all the time also. I can tell you that in lieu of a management plan, the one advantage we have with this is that the site is deep, you know, so we have room in the back that we can accommodate parking. So, I mean, it will be something I bring up with the developer and the contractor, and we will do our best to try to be a good neighbor. I mean, that's what I can offer in that respect. I do want to actually, I didn't think quick enough when Mr. Murphy asked me about the consideration of our house to the other, so I just wanted to kind of like go circle back to that for just a second. If you look at the adjacent house and its presentation with respect to our parking and our garage, their primary bedroom is on the south side. So having our garage on the, I'm sorry, there is the south side of their property, north side of our property. So our garage and driveway and everything are on the south side. So it's kind of away from their primary bedroom, which I would think, like I said, it wasn't like we looked over their shoulder, it just, that happens to be where it fell. So it's, you know, positive for them. I think the two things fit together that way pretty well. So that's all I have.
Thank you. We'll now enter into executive session. Would anyone like to start with their thoughts?
I think my opinion is that it's a great improvement compared to the previous design. I think that it's going to be a beautiful house, and I thank the architect for the efforts in redesigning this several times, and you know, to provide the correct product here.
Mr. Murphy, we don't have buttons like they do for the town of Palm Beach, so you just have to look at me or start speaking. But I just wanted to let you know it's a little bit different, but so whenever you want to jump in, not that you need to, but I should have pointed that out at the beginning. So I just kind of look around and see if anybody wants to make a comment. But I definitely echo your sentiments. I think this is a much more considered design in relation to the surrounding properties, and we really appreciate you working so closely with the next door neighbor and incorporating our concerns. So thank you very much. I think this will be a beautiful design and certainly will add to the neighborhood. With that, do we have any further comments?
Will this require a separate...
Would you mind turning on your microphone?
Would this require a separate resolution for the demolition and the construction?
Yes, we need two motions, one for the demolition and one for approval of the new construction.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-68 for demolition in accordance with the demolition guidelines as set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the City Zoning Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent, substantial evidence.
We have a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Second resolution. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-68 for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards, let's see, 9 and 10. Excuse me. Yes, standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional compatibility criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent, substantial evidence.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Your case has been approved. Thank you.
Third time's the charm.
Our next case is 21-97, 306 Plymouth Road.
Okay, you can prop them up on those chairs, or you can hold them up on the side while you speak in the mic and back.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Yeckes. I'm a registered architect, and I do business at 712 US Highway 1 in North Palm Beach. This house was continued, and there were a number of comments made, and we've addressed most of them, and I'll go over them. First, the roof pitch. We've lowered the roof so the roof pitch matches the existing roof pitch. It's 2.5, 12. That reduced the height of the structure. We've changed the windows as recommended, which will be clear glass with no low E on the street side facing elevation. We've shown the windows to be in line with the style which was requested, casements or single hung casements in the case if it's a large window. And we've added an additional window on the garage side. Now, the last recommendation was to push the second floor back in this house. But along with being structurally much more difficult, the house is designed to sit over the existing footprint, which is at 29.4% lot coverage. In the SF14C2 zoning division, the maximum is 30%. So if I push the second floor back, I'll be intruding more onto the lot coverage, which will not only make it structurally more difficult, but will exceed the required lot coverage for this zoning district. I think we submitted drawings that you all have, and we made an attempt to make setbacks where the balconies are, setbacks where the entries are. And so the house has much more relief on the front elevation than the original design. Materials you have in your folders will be stucco.
Could you stand a little closer to the microphone, please?
Materials which you have in your folder will be stucco, some white painted brick, and some wood materials and so forth. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the applicant?
Hi. Can you explain the front elevation, the materials that are being shown in the elevation sheet versus the perspective, which is not the same?
How is it not the same? It's slightly
The,
different.
the front elevation shown includes painted brick. So is that correct? Is there painted brick in the front elevation?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
On sheet A6,
Yes.
it's showing that there's brick, but the rendering that is in front of us here is only showing a brick column, not almost the whole facade.
Yeah, the
Sheathed in.
rendering is just a rough rendering. The elevations in the working drawings are governing. So there'll be some white brick as shown on the elevations. That's a very fast rendering.
And what is the railing shown? What is the material of the railing shown?
It's an aluminum decorative railing. It may not be exactly like that, but it is going to be, rather than a straight up and down railing, it is going to have a decor on it.
Can we get the elevations pulled up so that we can,
I'm sorry?
Ms. Mittner, do you mind opening?
These elevations?
thank you. Which railing is being referred to as aluminum?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry. First of all, those are the original drawings submitted. Those aren't the revised drawings because ours has a lower roof pitch. We did hand in revised drawings that look like this board that show a lower roof pitch. So the roof was brought down in request because the pitch was not equal to what the existing pitch is shown in the photograph. So those were the original drawings, but we lowered the pitch.
Can I address that real quick?
Yes.
I believe, this is absolutely the latest we received from the applicant. I think it may just be the display on the page, because yes, it's the same slope, 12
2.5.
over 2.5. Yep, it's the same, so it may just be a graphic display, but that is the latest that was received, and the railing is breeze blocks, actually.
Any further questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Frederick Mettner presenting case 21-97 for an addition at 306 Plymouth Road. This case was continued from the December meeting. The board gave the applicant direction on how to address the modifications that were proposed to this non-contributing structure in the Bel Air Historic District. As you can see, it's the second lot in west of Olive on the south side of Plymouth Road. It is currently a one-story structure. Again, non-contributing, built in 1963. The applicant would like to put a second floor on. The last proposal was quite nondescript, and so the applicant has gone back, has chosen to keep the second floor towards the front of the house for structural reasons, as their new architect who came on board after the resubmittal was stating. It is towards the front of the house. So there's very little demo on the first floor. It's really just interior walls, some opening modifications, and again, the addition of that second floor. The first floor and then the second floor that again is concentrated towards the north of the lot. These are the elevations. This is a breeze block. The roof lines mimic the lower slope of what was there before. It is a painted brick on portions of the front facade. It does turn the corner by the garage and then turns the eastern corner as well. This portion that you see down here on the south or rear elevation, that is still the existing one-story portion of the house. So the roof lines are compatible. This is a significant improvement over what the board saw before, and it is much more in keeping with the original architectural style, which I think is noteworthy since it is non-contributing. They could have elected to demo it entirely. So I think even though it's a unique style in this district, it is reflecting what is currently there, just with the second floor addition. Again, this is a breeze block. It doesn't really clearly show all the brick, but it is here. It's kind of this gray faded in this rendering where the brick is, and the garage is set back from the front facade. So in reviewing the revisions with the compatibility standards, Secretary Interior Standards 9 and 10, keeping the non-contributing status in consideration, we are recommending approval. Thank you.
Questions of staff?
Does staff have any issues with the conjectural features that are proposed?
You mean adding the brick?
Adding the brick, also the block that's on the second floor?
Not really. I think it's more being compatible than conjectural, because it's almost like a new house. And I think it's really the breeze block you would have really found more in a commercial application on the second floor balcony than a residential. So I think it still reads contemporary enough.
Okay, thank you.
How you feel about the transom windows on the second floor?
You mean right over here, over
Yep.
at the eave line here? I mean, I think it helps accentuate the unique roof line. I think it'd be quite a solid if they weren't there. So I think,
Well, I mean,
again,
considering that the existing house is not contributing.
it is
but
non-contributing.
The existing house had hardy plank there. But I don't know how you feel about it.
I think they work to reiterate the roof line, but I'd be fine without to.
Thank you.
Frederick, can you explain to me how the West Palm Beach, their classification for the contributing and non-contributing works, when was the last time the historic site survey was done?
Yes.
Why this structure is considered
So we would certainly like
non-contributing?
to resurvey our districts more often than we do. It happens perhaps every 10 years or so if we're fortunate. Just the funding hasn't been allocated in a while. The Bel Air Historic District has not been resurveyed like some of our other districts, and so it remained as a non-contributing status based on its age criteria of 50 years when it was first designated. And we have the designation criteria in our code. And again, the first one is 50 years old or older, of a certain architectural style, associated with an important person or event in history. So again, when this district, Bel Air, was designated, it did not make the age cutoff.
Thank you. Is there any mechanism in the code for this board or staff to bring a structure for specific reclassification?
Within a district, it is a whole resurvey of the district. It's not an individual structure unless it was individually designated. I'm not 100% sure if this would have merited it on its own accord, but otherwise, certainly a resurvey is warranted for this district.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up for me.
I think your point was taken that, we could be seeing a demolition application, and I do think that changing the slope to mirror the existing structure, and, it's in the spirit of the style of the existing. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session. Oh, Ms. Mittner, I did have one question that I forgot to ask. Are you able to confirm the architect's statement that if it was shifted back, that it would exceed its lot coverage?
Unfortunately, I cannot confirm that. I haven't run the numbers. I was informed that it was because of structural reasons, and so I didn't do the math on that.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion? Again, we'll need, no, we will not need, we'll just need one motion for this.
I am not ready to make a motion, but I will just make a few comments since no one's jumped in to make a motion. Looking at the compatibility standards for this project, and I was not here when this project first came before the board, but I am struggling with the rhythm of solids to voids with the structure and how that relates to other buildings on the street. The relationship of materials. I think there's a lot about this structure that's not in harmony with the street as it is, and the adjacent structures. And although it's not contributing, it feels like it hasn't quite committed to one style versus another. On the far left, the rendering shows that what looks like a column in the front elevation is actually a wall that kind of comes up and turns, as you would see in perhaps a modern structure, in a mid-century structure. You'd more likely have a post there like you see on the garage. So I think there's a lot of elements in this rendition that still are not in harmony from a historic standpoint.
We don't seem to have a streetscape of how it compares to surrounding buildings. Ms. Mittner, could you speak to the nearby structures?
So a streetscape is not required for additions, only new construction.
Okay.
Really, this street is, I'd venture to say 95% one-story mission revival style homes. And there is a two-story mission home approved immediately to the west that they have not started construction on, but was approved by the board. So I wholeheartedly agree this house does not look like it belongs on the street, but it doesn't look like that currently either. It is an anomaly currently, and they are just going with the existing style. Here's, this is the one on the corner. And then this is the one where there's going to be a two-story Mission Revival, and the rest are all one-story Mission Revival. And you can kind of see it in the roof lines here. These are all one-story Missions. That's what Bel Air is known for. And then just the one to the east is the only one that is a non-contributing ranch.
I mean, I definitely understand what you're saying. I think that comparatively, a mission style has a lot less ornamentation, is a much simpler architectural style, and this certainly will draw attention to itself because of the use of materials. And referring to the compatibility standards in relationship of materials and textures, it should be chosen with the predominant materials of the historic district in mind, and simplicity in use is preferable. So I do think you make a good point.
And I am looking here at the streetscape. And what I mentioned before, the question was about the transom window. There are no examples in that street of a window following the slope of the roof, right, in a gabled roof. The house next door is a similar one and has the same exact roof and doesn't have this kind of a slope transom window.
So what would you like to see?
I think it would be more successful for the neighborhood and more fitting of our standards if it was simplified. I mentioned conjectural features to city staff. I still feel like the features that have been added are taking away from the success of the alterations that are proposed. You have a lot of different window widths, the transoms. I mean, I think if it was just simplified a bit, it would help. And I'm not sure if that's another meeting or if it's working with city staff. It sounds like city staff feels pretty confident in the overall success of the project, so maybe that's the best direction to take here.
I would be supportive of approval with conditions, if you would like to outline some specific items.
In my opinion, I mean, again, I have concerns about the windows, right? I already made it clear. The railing, I am not sure really. I mean, can be a nice, different type of railing, more simple. I would like to see maybe the hardy plank or the hardy board that was originally right below the roof. I understand that it's not a non-contributing structure, but why departing from that detail, right?
I agreed with Ms. Mittner about the transoms echoing the roof lines, so in my opinion, those would stay. What do you call it? The wall there. you know, I think the word commercial was used, yeah, and I agree with that, that it's just seems too massive. Maybe that's just viewing it in the rendition, but it does look very massive. And in terms of materials, you know, having the brick seems to be fighting with the other material. It should be, in my opinion, a uniform material.
Dan, did you say you are or you aren't in favor of the transoms?
I am in favor of the transom.
Okay. So it sounds like at a minimum, we would like to see the use of materials like the elimination or simplification of the use of brick and also simplified railing design. Is that sufficient, or do people have other conditions they'd like to see?
I do like your suggestion of the wood siding at the peak of the roof. That could almost replace the transoms and fill in like the original. I don't think that those exist, or there hasn't been any evidence presented by the applicant that these exist within the district. They're not referencing anything historical in nature. I think a simplified railing is a good idea.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-97 for additions and alterations as set forth in section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitutes competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, and additional criteria set forth in 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The conditions include the following: 1, simplify the railing design; 2, eliminate the use of brick; and 3, wood siding to be placed at the peak of the roof and replace the transom, excuse me.
Do you have a second? Oh,
Could I just get clarification? Would a hardy board be acceptable instead of wood in the eve, or
Yes.
just wood? Okay.
Absolutely.
do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Now moving on to new business, case number 21-1092405 South Flagler Drive.
You put it on the desktop.
Yeah, or open it from your flash drive.
Yep, go ahead.
Madam Chair, we have one member leaving, so Mr. Murphy will be voting for the rest of the cases this evening. Thank you.
Give me a minute. Sorry about this. Let's see if this one works any better. No, same size. Right.
No, I probably don't
Yeah,
have
I was gonna say,
everything you
I
have.
can also
but
probably email it to you. I think. Yeah, you can
I-
open yours. That's fine.
Yeah, no, I don't have
Yeah.
access to.
Yeah, I'll open yours.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
no problem. I should have most of everything.
Yeah, I'm good.
Most right
So,
there.
all right. Well, I apologize for not having from technical failure on my part there. But for the record, my name is John Melhorn, and I'll be presenting for Brad and Mary Cray tonight, 2405 South Flagler Drive. There's currently an existing single-story ranch house on the property there. We're proposing demolition of that property, and then we'll be doing the new construction of a Spanish Mission Revival-style home. For this project, we looked at a number of influences, especially California, Santa Barbara style, George Washington Smith, Wallace Neff, as well as Addison Meisner's local regional Mediterranean style. At this project specifically, we have some of the same challenges as a previous project this evening. So we're in a 7-foot floodplain elevation. The crown of road is 2 feet at this location. The existing property is about 3.5 or 4. So we do have to get the house up to 9 feet. This is a challenge that we've tackled before all along Flagler Drive. The solution that we have arrived at before is to come and build a 4-foot retaining wall around the perimeter of the property, and then raise that grade, and then slowly step our house up and set our house back to kind of mitigate that so that we sort of conceal the fact that we've had to come up so many feet. So I'll begin with the size of the property itself. It's a 20,000 square foot lot, so this is certainly a larger lot. You can see here, this is Ms. Hayes' property right here, which is a equally substantial lot. And then this is 2415 right here to the south. On this property as well, we have two setbacks. We have both the street setback from Flagler Drive as well as a corner setback from Valencia Drive. I want to call your attention while we're on this drawing right here, as you can see how the houses along Flagler Drive are set back, where the houses along Valencia are pushed front and they have their frontage along this piece. So that was an important piece to us, that we maintain that kind of contextual integrity of this street. And then we do have this very unique situation of having open lot area right in front of Miss Hayes' house, that you will see this property right on axis as you're driving down South Flagler. So that was certainly something that we took into account. You can see here on the streetscape, this does not reflect the proposal that was approved tonight, but you can see how we fit in with some of the other houses on the property. This is a earlier house as well that had to be raised. It was new construction. And I will say one of the things that we addressed in the elevation of this house is we actually are quite a bit lower than the house that was approved tonight. The building code allows for 30-foot maximum height to the mean elevation of the roof. So that means if your roof is pitched, that's 30 feet to the middle of the roof. This house is 27 feet 3 inches to the ridge. So we intentionally compressed this house down. The style of architecture that we picked helped us to compress it. Naturally, the Spanish Mission style is a very low slung house. This is a 3 and 12 roof. We have a 10-foot 7 first floor, and we have like an 8-foot 6 second floor. And we squeeze those rooms into the second floor, and we use hand framing to vault those rooms so that we don't have to just build a 10-foot and a 10-foot and then put roof trusses on it. And it's helped us compress that building visually, very cognizant of the fact that we're already up 5 feet from the neighbors' houses. This is the floor plan here. I should mention too, Keith Williams is the landscape architect on this project. So he's helped us put together the concept here. We have the driveway that you approach. We've pushed it as far back from Flagler as possible on Valencia. But then we also have the pedestrian entrance here on Valencia as well. So this is going to be on axis with South Flagler Drive as you come down. So we'll have this front door here, which is position of prominence and importance, which we want to accentuate the pedestrian entry on this project. With our corner lot, we certainly have a unique condition where we have these views to the north. We see Palm Beach, we see the Okeechobee Bridge, Palm Beach docks. We're looking to the east of Palm Beach, so it was important to us that we put our central room right here on this corner. But we also didn't want to just push the entire house up to the front to take advantage of those views. So we've moved a lot of the function of the house towards the back of the lot to try to minimize how much of that mass is being read. And then we have an accessory structure right here. It's just a pool cabana that's opposite this piece. And you'll see when we get to the elevations, these two pieces flank each other and create kind of a formal axis with this pool that we've sheltered. So we have made our front yard or courtyard is our actual backyard of this house, so to speak. So you enter off of Valencia, you come into a stair hall, you have a great living room here, and then you have your kitchen and living room, like a family room, keeping room. Move back through here, there's a guest room. This is where we've tucked the garage in around the back. So like I mentioned, you come in off the back, the garages are facing the rear side of the lot. They're not visible from the street. And then you have the principal bedroom back here, which has views back then across the pool and to the east. So this is the principal elevation on Valencia Drive. You can see the central entry feature. On the second floor here, we have a projecting cantilevered bay. We're going to clad this. I'll speak a little bit to the materials of the house here. We're going to clad this in a clear cedar that we coat with a water protectant, but it allows the UV rays to come through so that it helps bleach it out, and we get this really nice character of the natural wood. And we're going to use that same material for the outlookers and for the soffits, for tongue and groove soffits of all these areas. This house is going to have an overhang, as you can kind of see here on this side elevation, with a principally gabled roof. The roof tiles will be handmade terracotta tiles, like true single barrel tiles. The stucco on the outside, we're looking to have it not a Palm Beach knockdown with the swooping, but certainly a more modeled, sort of rustic stucco finish instead of just a smooth, flat coat. And then we typically do a lime-based paint as well instead of like an epoxy paint, so that it's not it doesn't have that clean, crisp, sort of fresh printed look. It'll have certainly have a bit of character and patina to it pretty quickly. This on the front here is the main living room. Above this, we've taken advantage, again, like stepping down the massing of the house as we move towards the street. We've taken advantage of that space to build you can see it here, an open terrace on the second floor. This beam work up here, these trusses will be create a timber, so it'll be a trabeated framing, so there'll all be exposed elements. So you'll have this really nice piece on the corner that's a lot of the detail will go into this roof piece. I think it'll be a very emblematic piece of this house. And yeah, from the inside courtyard elevation, you're seeing back towards the garages. This is sort of a hallway, open outdoor dining space. And then here you can see the two ends of this kind of framing each other and stepping down as we move back to the lot. If I go back to the streetscape, I know we have a larger house coming here, but it was important to us that we kind of step down and meet the neighborhood and meet the neighbors along the street. I know this house will be new, but a number of other houses down this street are equally scaled. So it was important to us that we continue to reduce that height. And you can see it here too, how we've got the two-story element of this house just in a single bar, and then we continue to step down. There's an attic piece over this, and then a single story for the principal bedroom. And then this is the corner rendering that you would see at the corner of Valencia and Flagler. And I believe that's all we have on this presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? Any questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Frederic Metner, you've basically seen my presentation, but I will still walk through the request for 21-109 at 2405 South Flagler Drive. It is a corner lot, as you learned on Valencia Road and South Flagler Drive in the El Cid Historic District. It is a non-contributing structure built in 1960. This is an image of the property from Flagler Drive. These are kind of some context photos. The one on the left is the one that was just approved for demolition new construction, and Ms. Hayes' house to the north across Valencia. The review criteria for demolition, because it is non-contributing, we also felt it was not going to be an irreparable loss to the El Cid Historic District or the City of West Palm Beach if demolition was approved, so we're recommending approval of that. And then these are the plans that you just saw. The siting relative to the surrounding properties, including the one to the west, it has a more generous rear setback than is necessary, and it does align there, aligns with the properties to the south, even though that'll be a new one. And really, the massing is kind of set away from Flagler Drive, so it's not that imposing. I would characterize this architecture as Spanish colonial. A lot of that open second floor space, which really that transparency with the fenestration below is what you'll see as you're driving down Flagler Drive. Great differentiation of roof lines, solids to voids, and then again here, the rendering that was proposed, and going back to actually the streetscape at the beginning, just kind of at this north end is where you can see the other new construction. Also where the terracing was used, and you can see it's very much in scale with a lot of that front-facing gable. And I believe that project, when it was completed, it has been quite successful and well-received in the neighborhood. So in reviewing this application, staff does believe it meets all the compatibility criteria in the code, as well as Secretary of Interior Standards 9 and 10, and we are recommending approval. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
Frederick, that new construction that's approximately 2 or 3 parcels to the north,
Yes.
that it's cut, the aerial's cut off on the screen. That also has kind of this courtyard, pool deck in the traditional front yard along Flagler.
Yes, I'd say the orientation's a little different. It's a little more
Right.
north-south than the pool, so it is visible right here. It's on the corner of Granada.
Do you happen to recall or approximate the level, the height elevation of that pool deck?
I'm going to defer that to the applicant, who was also the architect on that project.
Oh, how about that?
Yes, on this project, on the one you're speaking about to the north there, that pool deck is probably at about 7 feet. So that, again, in that design, we chose to put the full pool in the front yard. And so we had to step up as you got to the house. So you can actually see here where the front hedge here is probably about 4 to 5 feet. And then you step up to this pool at 7 feet, and then you step up to get into the house. Certainly on this project, one of the things that we've done differently here is that this pool actually is not in the front setback. So there's a 25-foot setback here for these for pools and accessory buildings across the street. So I know it shows it over this, but this 30-foot setback is for the house. So that the pool itself is actually inside the building envelope area. And we're employing much the same. I'm not sure what your question was necessarily on that, but we're employing much the same strategy here, where this top of this site wall is 4 feet or so, and you can see then we grade up slowly, and then you step up to this pool deck, and then you step up to get into the house.
Thank you. I hadn't had a question. I was just interested that there was a built example of already a precedent of this front yard recreation space fronting on South Flagler, and that gives me great comfort in reviewing your application, because the one thing that struck me about the project was this, the architecture I think is extremely beautiful. The design is, in my opinion, exceptional, and the proportions are well studied. My eye went to this courtyard where you were creating this void on South Flagler, which was traditionally the front facing for these properties. Obviously, the building wanted to face the water. And you took an approach that I found very interesting, and in creating that pool deck and courtyard that is actually bleeds into the front yard, or the yard facing South Flagler. So what I initially was finding to be uncharacteristic, I am happy that there is a recent construction that kind of endeavors the same approach.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is maybe a little unorthodox, but for what we were trying to achieve for this project, I think it was very successful.
I'm trying to remember what the house was that was on that other lot. Was that a 1-story house or a 2-story house?
It was a large.
Oh, no,
yellow,
Yeah.
large
now I
yellow.
remember which house.
We called it the
Yeah.
turtle, affectionately. It kind of had a yellow box.
And I think that the pool, did we approve a
It was a
variance?
variance, yeah.
We approved a variance for the location of that pool, for that.
Right, and that's what I would say. On this, accentuating on this one, it's not required. This one's completely within the building envelope.
Any further questions of the applicant? Any further questions of staff? Okay, thank you. Now move on to public comment. Jeannie Hudlett.
Good evening, I'm Jeannie Hudlett. I live at 190 Valencia Road in West Palm Beach, and I will be the neighbor to the west of 2405. I've had an opportunity to look at the plans. They're very lovely. I think the owners were very thoughtful in how they placed the house on the property, which I'm grateful for. So I support the project. I'd also like to reiterate what Theo Hayes said about the traffic and parking on our street. With all these construction things going on, it's going to be a big problem. So I really hope you'll take into consideration a parking plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Simpson.
Hello, I'm Steve Simpson. I'm a resident of El Cid, former board member, former president. Jeannie actually asked me yesterday to come over and, with a tape measure, we measured from the plans you drew, which I thought were great, and thank you for such a beautiful home. We measured it. There's almost 29 feet from the side setback or Jeannie's property line over to the vertical of the house, which is very nice. So I think it's a beautiful home. So I'm looking forward to seeing it in the neighborhood. And then I want to talk about briefly about the elevation. When I was president of the board, second only to, hey, Steve, the AT&T guy drove over my flowers, what are you going to do about it, was questions about what are we going to do about the rising tide and the water problem on Flagler Drive. And obviously, I didn't have that answer. I'm not sure anyone does. It seems the water comes back from the storm drains and bubbles up when there's a high tide and the wrong wind and rain. I know that at Valencia and Flagler, not long ago, we tried to help a driver in a BMW whose car stalled and it shut the system down. We couldn't put it in neutral and push it out. So his car was totaled by the water. When he opened the door to get out, it flooded it. It was flooded anyway. So that's a real problem. So I don't know how it's fixed. I know they're talking about the check valves to keep the water from coming back up through the drains. And I talked to Charlie Eiseminger this past week, and he says that's not going to work because the barnacles and sea life and all gets caught in that device, and it won't move freely. So obviously you have to build these houses up. And we may have to do what they're doing in Charleston and raise some of the older houses. Who knows? I mean, that may be the solution. I know that there's been really good surfing waves the last few days. I have two surfing sons, and they call it epic. So I drove over to catch the wave, or watch them the other day on high tide, and at just north of the beach club, the waves were crashing over the seawall, and that's 7 or 8 feet down. So Flagler Drive is certainly more unique to the high tide, rising water problem. So I think when they build these up 9 feet, 10 feet, that's what we have to do. And it's odd and maybe even be considered awkward as you're driving down and see, the difference in elevation, but I don't know what the solution is. And you're obviously not going to spend this kind of money and build a house below what you can, the 9 feet. So I think they did a great job of reducing the ceiling heights or the attic heights and spaces to make it not feel so huge. So I think it's a great project, and I know you're going to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Pullum.
Nancy Pullum, Belmont Road. I'd like to make a couple of comments. To dismiss a 50s house as not a loss to the neighborhood. Our neighborhood, going back 15 years, was in peril of every 50s house being demolished. And El Cid is made up of a conglomeration of houses that reads, as Jane Day would tell you, reads the history of the area. Post-war infill brought some wonderful 50s houses that worked nicely alongside and complemented our 20s houses. This particular house wasn't considered for designation, and it's been way over 10 years since there's been an update to our survey in this neighborhood and in most neighborhoods in this city. It wasn't 50 years old, so it was automatically cast aside. And because there's never been an update, it's now, so to say it's no loss, I object to strongly, and I think it sends the wrong message. It's very upsetting. I'm not saying we need a bunch of small houses, but what I am saying is it is a part of the fabric of this neighborhood. It was recognized in the survey, and I think that we don't need to get into let's recreate Mount Vernon like we had the problem with Ellen Uguccione when she did the survey update that was just preposterous. So I'm very passionate about this. West Palm Beach was about to be named as one of the top cities by the trust, the National Trust, for teardowns of 50s houses, and particularly in El Cid. So that gives you the starting point of how we got the money to revamp the zoning and do contextual zoning for the historic districts, just to give you a little bit of history. There are a number of things that concern me. One is generally the largest front footage is the front footage of a lot. And I think this has been treated cleverly, but it does bulk up Valencia, whereas you can see a petite house that's very historically significant behind it, and then on down the road. And I think we have to be careful with that. I'm glad that the person who resides in that house is okay with it. I wouldn't be, but that's her, her choice. And it does take away a lot of sun and light when you get into hemming in. And that's why, if you look, all of the big houses on Flagler do front Flagler. So there's that. And then the other thing, if I could continue for a moment, there is Move a Foot. There is a project funded that will begin to lift the seawall along Flagler between Monceau and Pershing. I think they're then going to go farther north. There are a lot of things in place. As far as the elevations go, I do think that it would be interesting for this board to ask what percentage of homes would affect the insurance rates to justify what's happening, because it's really pretty significant. And furthermore, a cooperative parking plan doesn't work. So I'm really concerned, and I've had experience with these folks enough to know that job sites are not managed well. Nobody directs the trades. They park wherever they please. And we're going to have a mess on Flagler. Worse, at least down where the condos are being built, Flagler's wider. It's not down here, so we're in for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further public? Yes, sir.
My name is Jim Malloy. I live at 276 Flamingo Drive. I'm a resident of El Cid. I'm on the board of El Cid, but I'll speak for myself tonight. I think this is just a fabulous design, and I wish you well with it. I think it really adds to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mittner, do you mind speaking on the survey? I know there are some houses that did classify to be, they did qualify to be reclassified as contributing, but if I recall correctly, it was the city commission at the time that was not supportive of the resurvey if the owner was not in favor of it.
Correct. At the time when we resurveyed and updated El Cid, The commission did allow those that were being proposed to become contributing if the owner presented evidence demonstrating why it shouldn't merit contributing status. They honored that request. I don't recall if that was the situation here. So, however, this area did capture most of the mid-century homes when we did the resurvey of LCID, and I don't have the date offhand, but it was approximately a dozen years ago.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to offer a rebuttal to anything?
I can speak to what Nancy mentioned about it blocking out the light. I do think that, and I do hear what she's saying about the precedent set along Flagler Drive of these kind of estate houses fronting that street. I just think that when we looked at this lot, it actually is deeper than it is wide, and so and you can see it here as well, is that, given its location at the corner here and the way that the street specifically curves around it, we actually pushed as much of the mass as possible away from all the other houses. So this house is on an east-west axis, which means that really the two-story portion of it is only going to be blocking the light directly to the north, which is right in front of for the shady part of this house is going to be the north elevation of this house. So we really won't be shading any of the adjacent properties. And because this is that back elevation right here on the bottom that fronts the neighbor to the west, you can see that this is the only two-story portion. The rest of this is really a story and a half. So I think we've tried to really, the context of this site was really important to us, and we've tried to recognize that to the neighbors. And then I just kind of a related comment, I think, on the elevation. Obviously, we on previous projects that we looked at, we talked to coastal engineers as well to see, to try to do site-specific, kind of a wave action report and those types of things. So instead of just a carte blanche 2-foot freeboard, we looked at seeing if there's ways that we could lower the height of this house, because certainly we'd rather not have it up at 9 feet either, with the context of the neighborhood. But I do think that until the city changes its code, I think that the 30 feet to the mean roof is probably detrimental for properties that are already raised up. That might be something to look at with new construction. Maybe it shouldn't be quite so generous with that amount of roof height. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now enter into executive session.
I think it's a very well-considered design that takes very seriously its impact on the neighborhood and has gone to every effort to minimize that in the best way possible. And if everyone's in agreement, I'm happy to go ahead and make a motion.
I think the only thing that I would like to add, I agree with that completely, and I couldn't say it better. I just wanted to respond to Ms. Pullum's comments and thank her for reminding us of the history of the neighborhood. I certainly lament the fact that we are in a second wave of losing a lot of the housing from the 1950s. With the last building boom, this happened, and unfortunately, we did not have the size and scale and mass regulations in place, so a lot of those houses had a very deleterious impact on the neighborhood. And so that is one thing that I would like to commend Ms. Pullum for. I know she was very involved in that, and I think it is unfortunate we're losing so many 50s houses. I myself live in a 1950s house in LCID that I individually designated because it was classified as non-contributing. But I don't know. It's an unfortunate situation that I think is playing out across a lot of our historic districts right now with all of the development pressure. So, Ms. Mittner, I guess the one thing I wanted to ask you also. Can a community resurvey? I know we had that recently in one of the Northwood neighborhoods.
Certainly, if the commission allocates funding, staff does not have the resources to do it. If the neighborhood wants to form a committee and do that, we'd be happy to work with them, but it's something we can't undertake. And I also recognize that this is actually, of the homes, the mid-century homes, it is, has more architectural value than others, but I do want to put on the record it was built in 1960, not that we should always be so exact on what the year is, and maybe take the architectural merits more into consideration than just an actual year of construction, but that is why it didn't make the cutoff last time. That was 1960.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-109 for demolition in accordance with demolition guidelines as set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, section number 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based upon the testimony presented, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-109 for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior Standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based upon the testimony presented, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence.
Do a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, project approved. Thank you. Our next case is 21-110-704 Claremore Drive.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Laura Moss, representing Ms. Susan Roy for Rights Impact Window and Door. Ms. Roy is proposing to add grids to match the lower level floor to the upper level floor of the front of her home. These grids would be a 3 across, 2 down light pattern and the top sash only. They would be OG buttons, white frame with clear glass.
Does that conclude your presentation?
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant?
Hi, are you aware of the conditions suggested by the staff? Conditions of approval?
For the,
City staff is recommending that openings 10, 11, 18, and 19 shall feature a 1/1 light pattern.
okay, not the 3 across, 2 down on the top?
Yeah, it's the same thing. That is the whole reason they're there, is they want to change the light pattern from the original. So that is why they're here.
Yeah. She doesn't have them now. What she wants to do is add more of a historic look with what she has on the bottom to the top, because we are replacing the top with impact. And so she wants to do what's already there on the bottom on the top.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, she did have a couple more slides. So I'm gonna this is the window pattern she would like to have, and it is for the front. So I'm going to present a very similar situation here. Frederic Mittner presenting case 21-110 for alterations at 704 Claremore Drive. It is a contributing property in the Flamingo Park Historic District on the south side of the street, just a lot in from Georgia Avenue. Here is an existing image of the house, and so we have a situation where the original windows are 1/1. Here's a clear photo from the real estate listing. 1/1s in the primary structure. However, the porch was enclosed at some point prior to this owner, and they elected to use 6/1, and they did not receive permits. So traditionally, first of all, any porch enclosures come to the board. It's something we tend to recommend denial for because it's not traditional. It reads differently. It also, there's a lot of heat gain for these houses. You're losing the effect of the shading of the porch. But if they are approved for enclosure, then we are typically recommending as transparent as possible. So it still reads like a porch. This is not what happened in this situation. Again, it was not this current owner. They are there, no permits, 6/1 windows. She is now electing to replace the rest of her windows in her home, which have the 1/1 light pattern. And it came in at a staff review. And we said we can approve a like-for-like replacement at a staff level per our fenestration policy of 1/1. However, she would like it to match. So she would like the 6/1 light pattern, or as the applicant was describing, 3 across, 2 down. But we're talking about the same pattern. The only discussion is, may this owner change her windows from a 1/1 sash product to a 6/1 sash product? Staff can support it maybe on the sides and back, but not on those 4 front-facing openings. And so just based on our alteration compatibility, Secretary of Interior Standards 6 and 9, 6 being if you're replacing, it should match. And so again, we are recommending that the windows can certainly be replaced. She can even do the 6/1 on the sides and rear, but that these 4 original front-facing should remain in the original 1/1 light pattern. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
Frederic?
Yes.
You have the original microfilm showing that it's 1/1?
No. So unfortunately, the city does not have a great archive, nor do we have great photographic evidence. The oldest we get is our comprehensive survey from 1980. So perhaps they were changed since then. I do not know. Before then, sorry. Perhaps they were changed from the original. So what we try to do is retain what's existing or what we can document back to 1980, unless it's a completely inappropriate architectural element. Let's say it was jalousie windows or awning windows that we know didn't even exist at the time of construction, then we'll work with an applicant on the most architecturally compatible window to replace that clearly evident replacement. That is not the situation here. I don't have evidence that these were replacements.
It's interesting because traditionally it's a reverse kind of
Yes.
scenario that you're fighting with
Right.
the owners for, that they don't want anything on their windows.
Yeah.
They want the clear view, so that's interesting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Or we more typically also see the 6/1 in the primary structure and a 1/1 in an enclosed porch. That also happens, but yes, usually people want clear.
Do you have any further questions of staff? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any members of the public that would like to speak on this case? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session. Any
What
discussion?
has historically this board done in these instances?
It's a difficult question. My opinion is that if we are going to approve all the rest of the house with 6/1, I am not seeing how we cannot approve 6/1 on those 4 windows. I mean, is that what we want? Is that the house would look different? That those 4 windows would look different? The policy for replacing windows, we need to have proof that they are irreparable, right? But lately, with new codes, insurance rates, impact resistance is being very difficult because homeowners wants to protect their homes.
I was referring more to when the alteration of windows rise from staff level to board level. Obviously, it's because they want to depart what would be historically appropriate. And that's my question was more about traditionally how does this board react when the window replacement level rises to them? Because on one hand, I have no problem with the applicant's request. On the other hand, and the one I lean more towards strongly, is that I would default to staff's recommendation and support that and make a motion for that, keeping windows 18, 19, 10, and 11 the 1/1. But as this is my first meeting, I just wanted to know if it's uncommon, if it's 50-50, what you guys typically see and approve when these come, particularly when there's the non-permitted porch enclosure. The question arises, what would have happened if there was a permit for that established that as 6/1?
All great hypotheticals. Well, so definitely, I would say more oftentimes than not, we follow staff's recommendation. With porch enclosures, we most certainly would probably not approve a 6/1 replacement window because we would want it to maintain that openness of the original configuration. So I think it muddies the waters, it makes it a little bit more challenging in considering this case. But I'm definitely also inclined to follow staff's recommendation. And not as a punitive to the current owner, I think more as consistency.
I agree.
May I speak?
Yes.
Since staff was mentioned, that's actually why we brought it to you. We felt the same way. We thought, now we're stuck with these 6/1s, but we want to be consistent with the original. So when the applicant and staff can't come to an agreement or we feel there's a conflict, we bring it to you. So, I mean, I can see it both ways too, hence we had the conflict. Thanks.
So to clarify my previous comment, I think that we shouldn't approve 6/1 anywhere, right? But 1/1 if that was the original pattern. So that is what I was trying to explain when I talked first, that I wouldn't follow the staff recommendation because staff recommendation allows for the replacement of the 6/1 with using 6/1 in the rest of the house, but not on those 4. So my suggestion is to not approve these. We need to, my recommendation would be to approve a 1/1 on the entire house.
Frederic, would that be then a motion to deny the application?
or approve all replacements with 1/1, just so there's no doubt that they can't move forward with a replacement product.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Would someone like to make a motion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-110 for window replacement in accordance with standards 6 and 9 as set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the historic preservation element of this comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 6 and 9, the additional compatibility criteria set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The condition include that all the replaced windows should be replaced with 1/1 light pattern.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Now move on to case number 21-112, 510 56th Street.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Gagnon. I'm here on behalf of my father, Ernest C. Gagnon Jr., requesting the demolition of the structure at 510 56th Street. Multiple reasons. Starting from the foundation up, and is no longer a viable structure to either try and update or try and bring up the code on many levels. My experience in construction is 41 years in construction. I currently work for John G. Mitchell, general contractor that does a lot of work in Palm Beach. And I know it doesn't look like it from some of the pictures that have been provided, but the house is basically wrapped and everything underneath it has either been destroyed by termites or is in a very bad condition due to water damage and miscellaneous other sources. The cost to bring this thing up to code would be substantially greater than the value of the property and create actual fundamental obsolescence, you know, a structural obsolescence. It's not viable to do it in this property. There's a lot of expense that would be expended on just bringing the electrical and the plumbing up to date. There's absolutely no insulation in the house, so any kind of energy calculations or any kind of insulation numbers would take extreme, either tear into place completely apart just to get to that point or not viable at all. So what I'm trying to do is remove the property and put something back that will meet current codes, meet energy calculations, and be consistent with the neighborhood. Right now the property is a 50-foot wide property, and my father also owns the property to the west of it, which is a 75-foot property. Once this is demolished, I'd like to take some of that property from 514, the property to the west, and create a big enough property to put something there that is functional and would be able to attract someone to want to live in the house itself. Right now, the house is structurally unlivable. I believe if the fire marshal went by there, he'd condemn the place. And I know it doesn't look like that from some of the pictures. Frederic had some of the pictures on here, but I have some hard copies of stuff if anybody wants to see. The foundation is crumbling underneath it, and like I said, all the wood and from the sill plate off the foundation up to the roof itself is either destroyed by termites or in a rot stricken condition. That's basically it, and I hope that you guys approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? Sir, if you could just wait, if we may have some questions.
Is there a structural report that's been submitted or a demolition report?
From a structural engineer? No, there's nothing other than the pictures, the photographic evidence I have, and my experience in the construction industry.
Thank you.
I come here basically as, you know, a professional and someone that knows what construction is all about. The footings alone, if anybody knows, 1951, there weren't really structural engineers. The footings are small, the steel is substandard, and even tie down and wind loads wouldn't be able to be met with what's there currently.
Are you also aware that for applications for demolition, that plans for new construction have to be approved concurrently?
For anything going there prior to demolition?
So as you saw with the two previous cases we had on Flagler Drive, they were basically requesting demolition and submitting plans for new construction at the same time for approval. So that's one of the requirements for historic districts in the city of West Palm.
Well, at this point, without approval of getting this done, I can't go forward with creating the plans. If I'm going to get unity of title of the two properties and expand on them, without going forward with this, I'm unable to do that part of it. So that's what held me back. Plus, you know, I'm here on behalf of my father, who's unfortunately advanced age and health conditions have, you know, made it impossible for him to be here tonight. But on behalf of him, what I'm trying to do is get more property to make a piece of land big enough for a structure that would be functional in that area. I don't want to go too much and have something that doesn't fit in the area, and I don't want to go too small, which it is now. It's 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom, no closet space, no storage space whatsoever. And it's not really something that anybody would ever want to move into and live in and you know, participate in any kind of community with the way it is right now.
Okay, thank you.
So I just wanted to say to you, we're not here to disrespect your either common sense or your professional expertise, but it is our practice to have an outside third party, an engineer in these situations, look at it and give us a report. It's just the process.
On what aspects of it? Everything structurally? Is that what you're asking for him to come through and say structurally this is unsound?
He would have to do that, yeah.
And that's part of the criteria, because I don't see that on any of the reasons for denial. When I look at page 9 of the sheets, you know, I have several things on page 9 of the sheets that you guys list as reasons for denial, and that's not one of them.
At the beginning of the meeting, I did speak to the requirement for competent substantial evidence for us to consider in making our decisions.
Right.
And I believe what I'm hearing is that we don't have enough information to determine that this building cannot be saved and needs to be demolished.
And photographic evidence isn't sufficient.
We would want a lot more photos and also a third-party review of the structural conditions.
And
it pretty much has to be a sign and seal report by a professional structural engineer licensed in the state of Florida.
right, and that's in this packet of stuff somewhere where it describes that requirement? Because I don't see that anywhere. I see reasons for disapproval or deny.
That report is what is gonna provide the facts that we are required to have in order to make a decision for a demolition of a historic contributing structure.
Regardless of photographic
Because
evidence.
anybody can come here and say, yeah.
The house has been abandoned, it hasn't been lived in for at least 4 years. I have plenty of photographic evidence of its condition.
Has that been submitted? Yes?
She has several, but I have some hard copies as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I can pass it around, or, I mean, well, I mean, whenever.
Okay.
I have some close-up hard copies if anybody wants to see of structural footing damage and structural damage, termite damage inside the home, structural rot on the outside of the home. What it has is an asbestos siding on it. It's basically the same thing as a vinyl siding. It covers it all up so you don't see what's behind it. You can pull them off with your finger, and what's behind it is rotten wood. There's some felt paper behind it and rotten wood behind it. And I have pictures of a lot of that stuff in here that are pretty self-explanatory. If you look at them, you know, they're pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, if you'd like to pass them around, we'd be happy to look at them. And in the meantime, if we don't have any further questions of the applicant, I'd like to proceed with the staff report. And we'll definitely look at these. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Frederick Mittner presenting case 21-112 for the request of a demolition of a primary structure at 510 56th Street. The structure was constructed in 1951, and it is contributing to the Northwood Harbor Historic District. If this case sounds familiar, it's because it was previously in front of you on September 22nd, 2020, for the request of the demolition of the primary and accessory structure. The accessory structure is listed as non-contributing. At the time in 2020, the board approved demolition of the accessory. That hasn't moved forward. The applicant is back again requesting demolition of the primary structure. As you can see on the aerial in front of you, it is on the western periphery of the Northwood Harbor Historic District on 56th Street. It abuts a parking lot, which then goes into the funeral home along Broadway. So it is on the edge. The request is the demolition. These are some images. I will in a minute flip over and go through all the images that were submitted from the applicant. Again, it was contributing in the original 2006 designation, and again, the resurvey in 2019 of Northwood Harbor as contributing as the primary. So in reviewing our demolition criteria, we do believe that because it is a contributing structure, Even though there is photographic evidence of some maintenance issues that need to be addressed, it can still be repaired and reused in a practical, feasible manner. But most significantly, because it is on the edge of the district and no plans for simultaneous new construction have been submitted, we are very concerned about that, and therefore we're recommending denial for the demolition of this contributing primary structure. And now I will flip through the images. There you go. There's a lot, and they're just different elements of the building. It does have asbestos. Obviously, there's some peeling paint on wood. The wood itself does not look rotted. Certainly, again, maintenance issues. The electrical has been removed. There's some at the corner board there that could be repaired or replaced. Again, maintenance issues is really what we're seeing on this. Here's a little bit of evidence of termite damage, but really when you get closer, some termites, evidence of termites, it's really the frame. Here you go. This is actually newer wood. That is the door frame, and that's where the termites are eating it, not the original wood. And it is a very contained part. Again, tenting could have addressed that. So there's a little bit of water stains. I could go through. It never gets more significant than what I'm showing you here. In my opinion, the photos do not speak to the necessity of a demolition to remediate the situation. And so he certainly has submitted a lot of photographs, but again, they're all of that similar nature. Additionally, staff has received 2 letters in regards to this case. The chair has all the public comments at her chair, but I will quickly read these 2 into the record. Via email, January 25th, case number 21112, to the Historic Preservation Board. It has been brought to Northwood Harbor Association's board members' attention that the owners of 510 56th Street are once again requesting to demolish a contributing historic house built in 1951 in the Northwood Harbor Historic District. It is our understanding there are no plans to rehabilitate or restore this house. We have concerns they are going to leave the lot vacant and attempt to have this property rezoned. We are once again requesting that the Historic Preservation Board deny allowing demolition of the home located at 510 56th Street. This is a contributing historic home in Northwood Harbor Historic District. This would set a negative precedent in the future of the Historic District and the homes within this community. Thank you for considering our request, Northwood Harbor board members. You have that, again, at your seats as evidence. Another email from Jenny Jordan. Please do not demolish this home. Once something like this starts, it doesn't stop. This is a beautiful little home and should remain part of the neighborhood. Thank you. And so that's the public feedback we've received. And concludes staff's presentation. Again, there are more pictures here. I can flip through them all, but again, they are very similar in nature. This is the home.
If I'm able, I'd like to point out things as you go through the pictures. I know you said,
Sir, we are now in the staff presentation portion of the meeting. Thank you.
I'll leave these up in case.
Do you have any questions of staff?
Frederick, these were the images that you went through on the computer?
Yes, those came from the submittal, yes. It was a sampling because a lot of them were repetitive, so.
At what point does the condition of the structure meet the threshold for consideration of a demolition by neglect case?
It certainly could use some maintenance. I can pass that on to code enforcement, but other than that, there's no broken windows. It really isn't, from the exterior, it doesn't seem to be that is the case at this time.
Okay. Any further questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. Do we have any further public comment? I do not have any cards. Okay. We'll now go into executive session.
It just seems like one of these situations where the applicant is gonna, if it's denied, is he gonna let it sit there until it falls down of its own power? There doesn't seem to be any interest in restoring the house, as, you know, others in the community might do. Yeah, my inclination would be to go with the staff's recommendations.
As a historic preservation board, it's our duty to take any kind of demolition, especially of a contributing structure, regardless of its condition, under serious consideration. And in the past, when we have reviewed applications that request for demolition of a contributing structure, there's been a substantial amount of research, particularly by a third party that doesn't have any interest in the project. And I think that that's essential for just maintaining, really a clear view of the assessment of this property. So I would not be able to vote in favor of a demolition of a contributing structure without at least substantial evidence presented before us.
I agree with you, and in addition, I wouldn't vote for a demolition without plans for new construction either.
Do we want to give him the opportunity to continue the case, to submit more information? I believe this is the second time he's made this request. Is that correct?
Yes, but it's considered a new hearing because it's been over a year, so you certainly could continue to afford him the opportunity to provide you with that, if he wishes or wants to take a vote.
Okay. Sir, would you like us to continue the case? We would need to see, if you could come up to the microphone, please. We will need a sufficient amount of additional evidence to prove that this building needs to be demolished, and also plans for new construction.
So you want an engineer's letter, signed and sealed letter stating that this structure is dilapidated and unrepairable. As far as new construction goes and plans for something new, it's got to come before you guys anyway. So when I get the property sized properly, I got to get unity of title and resize the properties. I would move forward at that point, but doing it ahead of time seems to me like throwing good money after bad. To have somebody draw up plans and do a whole design to get approval without knowing what my options are in advance.
Well, I certainly understand your logic. However, it is a requirement of our code that we approve them concurrently. So really, we can't continue with this without seeing also plans for new construction and what you plan to do on the site if we did approve the demolition.
So then, if I follow you correctly, it doesn't matter if I get the engineering letter or not. If I don't have the new plans, it makes no sense to move forward with it anyway. That's what I'm getting.
Correct.
And I believe, and Ms. Midner can correct me if I am wrong, you can present plans without the rezoning of the two lots, and if approved, we could approve it with a condition that will be approved, the plat will be approved,
I just, like I said before, I'm here on behalf of my father. This whole situation is causing great distress on him, and to deny it on the basis of not having new plans for something new seems ridiculous to me. But if you say that's, the typical or the requirement for this situation, I guess I have no choice. But as I heard this gentleman state, there are no plans to try and renovate this property whatsoever, and it eventually will fall down on its own. And it makes sense to me if everybody would probably agree with me that grant this demolition, let me put something new there that meets the requirements, is efficient and attractive to the community, would be a far better outcome than just letting it sit there and self-destruct on its own. I don't know what else to say other than I wish you guys would reconsider and let me move forward with this and do you guys in the community a service.
Well, another option might be for your father to sell the property and he won't have to worry about it anymore.
That's an option, but it's in its current condition, it's unattractive to anybody. It's unlivable. It has no electric. I was forced to remove the electric and the sewer service to the property prior to doing all this, and then get denied. Unfortunately, when this went through the first time, COVID was in full bloom, so everybody was on the Zoom thing, and my father, being of his age, isn't a Zoom person. I was unaware of the meeting, so I wasn't involved in it at all. That's why the people from the demolition crew, SMC, did their presentation and created the pictures and the information you have. I don't know what else I can do other than tell you, that my plans moving forward are to, like I said, increase the size of the property and put a desirable home on that property, other than a dilapidated, falling down structure that does not contribute to the community in no way, shape, or form. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of homes that look exactly like that, were built with the same materials, the materials of the time. The asbestos siding is bulletproof. You put paint on it, it looks like that forever. But behind it is where the real problem lies. Same thing with the footings and the stem wall. Most buildings nowadays are not built with stem walls because of lots of different reasons. It's a monolithic footing and a slab on grade. Anything like this, there is no soil density testing done, there's no termite prevention done, and it's to get this thing up to where it's livable is a great expense, and I don't think anybody's going to do it. If anybody bought the property, they'd be looking for the same thing I am. So that's what I have to say, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
So would you like us to base our decision on the evidence we have before us right now, or would you like to continue?
If I have to present plans for a new structure, you might as well base your decision on what you have now, because without getting the approval for this, I'm not going to create plans for a new structure. I'm not going to make that mistake and spend the money for that and then come back here again and get denied again.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? Would someone like to make a motion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board denied application number 21-112 for demolition. The motion is based upon testimony presented, along with the staff report, that competent substantial evidence of record has not been submitted that satisfy the standards set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations for demolition.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Your case has been denied. I do hope you will reconsider reinvesting in the property, or... Thank you. Moving on to case numbers 21-114 and 21-115, 516 26th Street.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alfonso Hernandez, architect here in West Palm Beach at 222 Clematis Street. I am presenting on behalf of Kelly Shove. This is the Kelly Shove resident. We're doing a new structure. Basically, it's a two-car garage on the first floor with a living area on the second floor. The building is located within the property. Let me see if I can just share some of these plans with you. There's an existing structure along the front of the property, and then this is basically located on the rear. I'm just going to share with you a site plan so you can get a good reference for it. Again, the existing structure is towards the front, and she would like to have basically an access along the side of the alley. And the reason that she wants to do that is really because she doesn't have the opportunity to have a front, let's say, a garage in that location. So she would like to have access from the alley, a two-car garage. We're going to have a stair that leads up to that second level, and there's a small little cabana along the front. And she has an existing pool that she would like to remain. So part of the application is really to get a variance and to be able to do this new structure. The variance has to do with the area in the back, in which we are about 2 feet short in order to be able to meet some of our setback requirements. In order to be able to accomplish the design, she would like to try to keep the pool, and so therefore we're trying to, again, put the structure in such a location where it doesn't really have too much of an impact, but we are requesting that particular setback variance in order to be able to achieve this particular project. As I mentioned, off to the right-hand side here, this is the existing structure. There is a small, let's say, building, which is basically a small cottage. To one side, it is a double lot, and in this location is where we're trying to locate the new structure. On the first floor, as I mentioned, there is a two-car garage, stair that leads up to that second level. There is a small cabana, a small bathroom, and basically just a small function for that particular use. On the second level, we have 2 small bedrooms and basically a very small little kitchenette with a bathroom and a living area, along with a balcony that overlooks the pool, and that's for her guests. The existing structure we're going to tie to the new structure that is located on the south, and we're going to tie this along with this covered walkway that has this barrel vault roof on it. Some of the features of the design will include some of the barrel vault. There's going to be, again, the trellis that you'll see in a minute, and there's also some of the balconies that we have along the, let's say, north side that overlooks the pool. These are the elevations of the particular structure. In this case, again, facing the south side is where you have the double car garage. You have the windows along in the top area. The stair off to the right-hand side, and this is the balcony facing the pool, along with the small cabana, and basically 2 double doors or French doors located on the south side. On the other elevations, we do again have a stair that leads up to the entrance to the second level, and that overlooks, let's say, the trellis and the other side of the home. And here's a couple of views of the structure, so you can see what it looks like. This is facing, let's say, looking from the north towards the south, over the cabana overlooking the pool. This is towards the alley side, in which we have the access for the 2-car garage, and again, the stair access to the top. So again, this is very much in keeping with the existing structure. The building is stucco with masonry, and we do have a barrel roof. The client did not want to have let's say, a flat roof because of insurance reasons. So we try to basically prepare a design in which you don't really see that roof structure, that it's as hidden as much as possible, but yet allows her to give her that opportunity to be able to have a roof that functions and she can get it insured properly. And I think with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Frederico unless there's any questions for me. Thank you.
Questions of the applicant?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Frederic Mittner, presenting cases 21-114 and 21-115 concurrently. It's both for a rear setback variance as well as an ad valorem application for new construction of an accessory structure. As you can see, this is a large lot in the Old Northwood Historic District. The primary and accessory structures are contributing to the district, built in 1925, and you can see it's, again, a spacious lot, and the subject area is down on the southwest corner of the lot, which actually abuts the alley and the commercial portion of 25th Street. So that's kind of makes it a unique setting there. And so the request is for the rear setback for this construction because it's not considered an accessory structure because it's connected with a covered roof to the primary structure. And so therefore it would have to meet primary structure setbacks of 14.3 instead of just the 5 foot for an accessory. So because they are constrained on this lot with the existing pool, they are seeking that variance. These are images of the property from the front, and kind of behind this tree in the back is where the proposed structure would be. The survey, north is up on the slide, and again, southwest corner, proposed construction. The overall site plan, the proposed 2-car garage with a cabana space and a guest quarters above. These renderings were already shared with you by the applicant. Staff is recommending approval of case 21-114 because of the 10 variance standards found in section 9438D6 that it meets. It meets the intent of the code. It is very similar to the other uses and accessory structure locations. Again, it's just the differentiation. It is connected with a covered roof. There is no impact on neighboring properties. No financial hardship was utilized as a request for a variance. And then as far as the new construction or the addition, we also believe it meets the Historic Preservation Ordinance and the Secretary of Interior standards. It is a little bit more of a whimsical design than I would say you've seen in other districts, but that's actually, Northwood has that. There's a concentration of Vogue homes, and it is a little bit more flamboyant in its architecture, and I think that's what's reflected here. It's not visible from the street. Again, it abuts commercial. So for all of those reasons, I do believe it meets the compatibility standards in this particular location, and I'm recommending approval of the variance. If the board, whichever direction the board votes there on the variance, you have a sheet in front of you that specifically addresses either approve, deny, or approve with conditions for that portion. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Okay, do we have any public comment on this case?
I'm sorry, before you call someone from the audience, I did want to, we did receive an email. Good morning. This email is in support of requests 21-114 and 21-115. This was received back in December when it was originally scheduled for hearing, seeking approval for construction of a garage and pool house, as well as the setback variance. Commissioner Schiff has been a great resident of Old Northwood and is seeking to improve her home, which will improve the alley area around 26th Street. Sincerely, Thomas Strausser. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the audience that would like to comment on this case? Okay. Seeing none, we'll enter into executive session.
The proposed structure, for me, my initial reaction was that the roof wasn't compatible with the primary structure. I know that the applicant addressed the reasoning behind this. Regardless, ideally, I think that, stylistically, it is still preferable to show some deference to the primary structure. Ideally, I think that that is best for the property. However, given the context of it next to this commercial strip, also that's pushed all the way to the back of the property, I think, situationally, it makes more sense than it would if it was just isolated within a residential neighborhood instead of abutting this commercial alley the way that it does. So for that reason, I think that there's enough context to support the proposed design.
I think those are good points. So I think we'll need two motions, one for the variance and one for the new construction. Any further discussion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board grant application 21-114, a request by Kelly Schoaf for a variance from section 94-82 of the Zoning and Land Development Regulations, which requires a primary structure to have a 10% lot depth rear setback in the historic single-family high-density residential zoning district at 516 26th Street. The applicant is requesting a 12-foot rear setback, thus granting 2.3-foot setback variance. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The Historic Preservation Board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the 10 criteria in Article 2, Section 94-38 have been met for the variance.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application 21-115 for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards
for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional compatibility criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, your project is approved. Thank you. Our next case is case number 22-05716 New Jersey Street. Oh, did I skip one? Sorry. 21-106 810 34th Street.
Thank you. Everyone, good night. My name is Victor. I'm the owner and general contractor of the property. So my job is pretty easy because the girls did it almost that. So I just correct the plans. I just want to go through on the plans with you. So I did a very simple presentation with the notes from the historic board, and I put all the notes. I think you guys have it. So next step is the answers for the notes. They ask us to change the external windows to comply with the regulations of the city, to make it beautiful and okay. We're good on this. The railing on the property too, we are changing for a more mission style. There's outside doors and glasses, they ask us to do on French doors. We are okay with that. We are complying with that. And the rear doors too. They ask us to take out on our plans a part of a elevation which was protecting this window, and add one more window that we already added to bring more light to this dining room and to comply with the outside facade. And finally, she asked for some the requirements of 3 feet on the setback on the sidewalk, and then we put it on the plans. So I want to say to you that I already did it, all these alterations, and already submitted to the city. Simple as that.
Well, thank you for being so amenable.
Say it again?
Thank you for being so agreeable.
Okay.
Do we have any questions of the applicant?
Ann Hamilton, presenting case number 21-106 for new construction at 810 34th Street. Here is a location aerial of where the new construction is proposed. It's currently a vacant lot. Here is the view of the properties to the east and west of the proposed new construction. They're proposing to construct a 1-story mission-style single-family home and a 2-story accessory structure to the rear of the building. There was previously this structure on the property. It was built in 1948 and demolished in 2014. This is the proposed site plan, the proposed roof plan, the proposed floor plan. These are updated plans, as you heard from the applicant. They have addressed all of the conditions that staff presented to them, and that's reflected in the plans that you're seeing here, including the front elevations, side elevations, rear elevation, and the proposed windows and doors. And here are some of the renderings. This is the old version, but here is the most recently updated renderings, including the side wall, which has been pushed back and had a window added. In general, the proposed new construction meets the review criteria, and so staff is recommending approval with conditions which have already been met by the applicant. Additionally, we received a public comment on this project. It was a voicemail left Monday, January 3rd. It reads, "Hi, my name is Mr. Jackson at 813 35th Street. The case number is 21. I did receive a letter. I'm on board with this company coming into building a home on that lot. I wish him the best, and I hope that they get approval. Thank you."
Questions of staff? Any questions?
Ann, hi, I have a question. This is listed under new business, and forgive me, this is just probably procedural to explain to me. Yet the applicant spoke of engaged interaction with staff and to address comments. Can you, am I missing something?
Yeah, so typically, when we receive an application, we'll provide ahead of time what staff's comments and conditions are going to be. And so after providing those conditions to the applicant, they agreed with all of them. They thought that they were acceptable, and so they revised their plans ahead of time.
Great. So you work with the applicants prior to submittal to this commission to see and bring forward the best possible project?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
So in this case, in the case that the case gets approved, or we don't have to include the conditions because the conditions have been already met. That's correct.
Yes. Yes.
Is there, what's the exterior material? Because the rendering kind of implies a stone.
Yeah, what they have on their submittal is stucco. Stucco, yeah. One of the plans says smooth stucco.
Yeah, the elevation shows stucco, but the renderings really do show kind of, maybe it's just the renderings. But stucco, okay, great, thank you.
Was there any internal discussion about the parapet?
Not particularly. That was something that generally we thought was appropriate. Was there any particular concerns about that?
And that's a cutout in the parapet? Or is that supposed to be a tile?
I believe based on the renderings, it's meant to be a cutout.
It says 2-inch raised foam stucco finish on the elevations.
Okay. Is that a cutout then? Is that a cutout then? Or,
So it's like a pre-made detail.
so the
That's
detail
gonna be
here
applied.
is that,
A detail from
oh, no, here,
I don't have it. I don't have it yet.
oh.
The idea is to put some nice tires, Spanish tires. That's the idea.
Okay. Thank you.
I assume it's the decorative parapet above the entry that you were referring to.
Yes.
It does significantly change the perceived scale of the structure.
When you say that, do you mean that you believe it's inappropriate for that particular style, or it's a little too much, for lack of a better term?
It's out of proportion.
Out of proportion,
yeah.
right, that's right.
I mean, in concept, I don't have any issue with it. I think just the proportion.
So would you be in favor of having the applicant scale it down a bit? And would that be a condition?
I'd be in favor of that, eliminate or scale down the decorative parapet.
Sir, is that something that you would be open to if we added a condition to rework the parapet with staff? That would be a condition of approval? Okay. Okay, thank you. Do we have any further questions of staff? Okay, thank you. Any public comment on this case? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session.
So we've established that the conditions have already been met, so we're just going to have one condition, and that the parapet be scaled at.
Yes.
Okay, I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-06 for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional compatibility criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance Section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent, substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure the compliance with the purpose and the intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance and the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, and the additional compatibility criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. And these conditions are as follows: that the decorative parapet on the front elevation be reduced in size and mass.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Case approved. Thank you. Our next case is case number 22-05, 716th New Jersey Street.
Good evening again. For the record, David Lawrence with David Lawrence Architecture, and second row here, Mr. and Mrs. Silverman. They're the owners. So this is, I know you see a lot of things with me with developers, but these people they want to build this house. They came to me. They purchased this recently, so we are asking for demolition, but I want to emphasize that when the Silvermans took this on, it was already in the advanced state of neglect, and the neglect was done by no part or effort on their behalf. They realized that it's in pretty tough shape. So what I'd like to talk to you first about is the demolition. You guys know me, I've been around. We were working on other houses where we do restorations, and I think this is one of the first ones I've actually come to you requesting a demolition. The circumstances are unique in that while it is a contributing structure, the degradation and neglect over the years are to such an extent that this is not a salvageable building. I've gotten 2 structural engineer reports. Both of them concur that the condition of the house is beyond repair. If you look at this image here, you'll see the wall on the east side is bowing about 3 inches. Bear in mind, the wall was 4 inches thick. Lots of rot. I mean, the rot is so bad in this that I have a double canister ventilator that I use, which usually makes everything smells like roses, and I couldn't even breathe in there. So it is really bad. So I feel that, this circumstance is unique, and, while we would want to, under normal circumstances, restore it, we've got one accessory structure in over off of Greenwood right now that we're restoring that looked like it was in great shape, and we get in and it was terrible, but we're fixing it. But this one we just can't fix. So we're requesting demolition. So this is the context of the neighborhood. The house that you see here is up on the hill on the corner of Jersey. This is the first house in. This is the subject property. This is the house to the west. This is these houses are the houses across the street here. When the Silvermans came to me, they said they did not want a craftsman-style house, and given what we're looking at contextually in the area, there seemed to be ample examples of mission revival that I felt that, especially even within this street, that I felt that everything doesn't have to be the same, that there can be a mixture of things. So the other thing that we looked at contextually with this is that the preponderance of the buildings around it are one-story buildings. So when we undertook the design, and we wanted to make sure that the massing of the building was such that we were breaking the pieces apart to make the scale much more in keeping with the neighborhood, and also older homes that are in here, and we studied in a great deal of detail. So we tried to create elements, one-story elements to protrude off the building, the balconies, the varying roofline elements, the projection at the stairwell. So we did all these things to kind of break down the planes of the building to kind of fit in. This is the site plan. Given the width of the building and given the overall size of the lot, it was decided that surface parking was preferable, just given the FAR requirements, and that they opted for living space over garage space. So this house is basically, the main house is a two-story house with an accessory structure in the back. And what we did, even though we've demolished the house, the existing accessory structure, we tried to recreate it in a way that resembled the character of the original building a little bit, so that there was some reference point for that. So we have the two-story main house, a two-story main house with 2 bedrooms in it, and we have a studio, gym space, and an office on the second floor, which could be guest accommodations. So this is the second floor. You can see the primary bedroom here, closets, primary bath, and one small bedroom here, laundry. So once again, you can see the interplay of the elements. We tried to break the mass down so that it was less imposing. So these are the elevations of what we submitted. This is the side elevations, front elevation, and then this is the front elevation of the accessory structure. And you can see, if you look at the original building that was coming down, it was substantially altered, but it originally appears to have had a stepping component to it, so we tried to mimic that so that we had a little bit of reference point to what was there. A little bit about some of the details. We're using a Pecky cypress materials and a more with more of a clear finish on it. I think that material is common in this area. We're using a light textured stucco, clay tile, barrel tile. You know, this is a low slope roof for the preponderance of it, but the areas that do have the tile on it, we wanted to use something more authentic. And so all the outlookers are cypress and the front door is cypress with the wrought iron, using details that are evocative of that style with cast stone. And then another thing that I've found to be prevalent in these neighborhoods is it seems like the Corinthian columns seem to be used far more often than others. So we thought that it would be kind of a nice nod to the area to use the Corinthians at the front entrance to kind of give it a little bit of something pleasing. And then this is the bracket unit that sits over the entrance to the rear gym. So this is the image from the front as proposed. So this is an image, looking from the opposite direction. And this is an image of the accessory structure. And this is from the pool looking back to the house. We were in receipt of staff comments. We got those Friday afternoon. We have studied what staff was saying, and a third is a lot with this size house. And so what we were able to do was, especially since what we're trying to do is, as I always say, begin with the end in mind. If you build a house for yourself that's two-story with no bedrooms on the first floor, you jolly well better make provisions for yourself for an elevator if, God forbid, you ever need it. So this closet in the front was designed to have that. So what we did was we changed the second floor and we reoriented the elevator. So and what that allowed us to do was give it a little bit more of a nicer entry area there. And this is the change. So this was what was original. This is the change. And then on the second floor, this was the original. And so we pushed this back. We weren't able to get a third, we were able to get a quarter because of the elevator. And what the elevator is doing from a massing standpoint is it's kind of helping to frame in an even way the entrance feature. So while there's a lot of asymmetricality in the facade, that little bit of order, I think, with respect to the entrance, I think is important. So that was so while we want to comply with staff's recommendations, we think that that change does change the steps it down a little bit, but it's not quite a third. So this is the original in this area, you can see here, and this is the change where we step this back. So this is the front original, and this is the front proposed. So this is that future elevator. This is where we push that back to break down the facade still further. Let's see if we got the rendered elevations. This is what was proposed, and this is what we're proposing tonight as an accommodation to the staff's comment. What I also want to just present in terms of the two-story aspect of this. So these are some of the changes we made to the back, because if you look in the front of our original proposal, we had this kind of shape here, which we took to the back of the house. So when we got rid of that with the recommendation, then we really need to kind of change the back a little bit. So this is what we've done, is introduced a little bit of the tile there to soften this a little bit. So those are the changes that we made to the back to when we got rid of the element that was carrying from the front to the back. So, and lastly, in light of the fact that, the preponderance of the buildings in the immediate vicinity of this house are one story, we conducted a study of the area, and this is the result of that, and that everything you see in yellow or orange are the primary structures, and not the secondary structures, but the primary structures are two-story. So we feel that while the preponderance of some of the buildings around it are one story, we feel that there's certainly enough, especially, let's see if I can see. Well, did something wrong there. Made a wrong turn in Albuquerque. Okay, let's see if I can. It's just not going to let me get at that. Okay, so here's the site here, but you can see even within this block, there are substantial numbers of two-story buildings. Just in this immediate vicinity, there aren't, and so we feel that that the two-story building is very prevalent in this district. It's very prevalent close by. It's even there's a two-story house, one store down, one house down. So we feel that there's enough that we've done from a design standpoint to try to break down the facade and respect the neighbors, and also we feel that there's enough precedent for two-story given the neighborhood, and also the style of the architecture is very consistent with what's in this neighborhood and also what's on the street. So that's my presentation. And the Silvermans are very excited to get going. They really want to live here. They love this district. That's all I have. Were there any questions?
Questions of the applicant?
I'm curious, if and when the elevator is installed, would cables or other kind of things like that related to the operation be visible through the windows there in the tower?
What we're able to do is we're able to put the mechanisms on one of the off walls, so you wouldn't see it. So and those can tend to be somewhat claustrophobic. So while before it's and we structure the building such that it's very easy to remove the interstitial structure. So we feel like it'll have a closet for now with night light, which is pleasing.
Right.
And then later, if you needed it, God forbid, that you could put it in.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Frederic Mettner, presenting case 22-05 for 716 New Jersey Street. This is the subject lot is on the south side of New Jersey Street in the Grandview Heights Historic District. It is considered a contributing structure, and the request is for demolition and new construction on the site. The property was built in 1922, but in your staff reports you do have 2 structural engineering reports that are very thorough in both photographic evidence as well as written commentary, and so these are 2 excerpts out of those. The first one, it must be noted that due to all these professional observations, I believe this building structure has several comprised areas that could cause collapse and does threaten the adjacent neighbors and public life safety. Hence, it should be condemned and demolished from public use. The second engineering report that's been submitted with the packet is due to the extent severity of the structural deficiencies / damages, water, rotting, termite, etc., and long-term neglect, including architectural, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, it is not feasible to restore the building per the current Florida Building Code. The building is not salvageable, and we recommend the building be demolished. So even though it is a contributing structure, we certainly at staff don't take that lightly, even with 2 structural engineering reports. However, one thing that I noted in the structural engineering reports, because I did not have access, or was not able to get inside the building, is the images, and I wasn't so surprised at the level of deterioration, because we've definitely had awful buildings before that have been salvaged and are wonderful and back in use, but the replacement of materials. There were so many materials in the building that were not historic. There was a lot of plywood. There was a lot of newer materials. It wasn't, yes, there was some lath, but in the photos, and you have them all in the packet, I was surprised at the extent of, over time, how much of the original integrity was gone. And so to me, that was a big difference than some of the other buildings that we've seen in structural engineering reports. And yes, it is listed as contributing, but I do believe the architectural integrity here has been compromised, certainly in its current condition. And again, I think this kind of mirrors what also happened on the interior and even with structural components. They were replaced from the perhaps old growth wood with newer wood that then is now also deteriorated. So I just want to focus on this image for one more minute because I want to show you the parapet roof here, because that is obviously very different from the surrounding properties that are indeed all bungalow and really what characterizes the Grandview Heights Historic District. However, you can see that this building is way back here, almost serving as an accessory. I don't have evidence of if there was anything in the front, and if so, what it was. But again, it is flanked by 2 bungalow structures. So one of the things that my feedback to the applicant was I was concerned about the architectural style. Jumping back to the criteria for demolition. So that, yes, I acknowledge that this is a contributing structure, but based on the structural engineering reports that have been submitted and the loss of integrity, I think for that reason, in this situation, this would be an acceptable route moving forward for this site. I even included the criteria for designation, where it does talk about a structure possessing integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, and association. And I do think a lot of that has been lost in this structure, even though it is 50 years old and listed as contributing. So back to the new construction, flanked by 2 bungalow structure, 1-story bungalow structures. So I do have some concern about the massing and the volume compared to those and the architectural style. However, there are a lot of 1-story mission-style homes in the district, and again, the current home structure that's proposed for demolition does have that parapet wall, kind of evidence of that original mission. So in further study, I think perhaps the mission style would be an appropriate infill, because there is a lot of that in the district, but again, the massing is of a concern. So I had proposed the recommendation of losing at least 1/3 of that second floor to read more as a 1-story at the street level, and going from this proposal, which is what was shown to you by the applicant here, 2-story main, 2-story accessory. And there are a lot of 2-story accessories in this district, and a lot of 2-story mains. It's just not on this streetscape. So this is what was originally submitted. Again, the concern, and this is what the applicant has done to try to mitigate that. I don't think it totally achieves what I was recommending. I think this reads a little too much of a tower element, almost too formal than what Grandview Heights has. It's getting closer. But that is my analysis of the application that has been submitted. So approving a recommendation of approval for demolition, recommendation of approval for new construction with modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
When you were discussing the original building, you indicated how Grandview Heights was primarily bungalows. but, and, you know, replace with a new structure that's essentially the same style, kind of, you know, goes against the predominance of the community. And I guess I would also have to ask in terms of adjacent buildings, are they all mostly bungalows? Is there any other mission-style homes within, you know, a close proximity, you know, eye view of this building?
Yes, there are. Again, it is not the predominant style. You can kind of read it off of the roof lines.
Right.
So the west end of New Jersey Street here, or the flat roofs.
Okay, right, yeah.
There's a few
Mhm.
there, yes.
Yep.
So it's certainly not an original style to the district. It exists, again, pays homage to what was there before.
Mhm.
And actually, I apologize, I do actually have 3 public comments that came into staff. May I read those now? Okay, thank you. My name is John Harris. I'm the owner of the house and cottage at 714 New Jersey Street. I don't have a problem with the structure as long as the setback makes it even with my house and the one at 718 New Jersey Street. I am not in favor of the Spanish style as it doesn't fit in with the look of the other houses on the street. If it looked more like the 2-story at 717 New York Street, right behind it, that would be fine. Thank you. And I apologize, I intended to bring you an image of that. It is a home over here, and it is a frame vernacular 2-story. This was another email. Good morning. Just want to send in my opinion on the new 2-story house that is up for consideration. It does not fit the street as it is a 2-story building and much larger in scale to the rest of the houses on our street. The design and size is more indicative of Flamingo Park than Grandview Heights. The suggestion that 1493 Georgia is also a 2-story building does not compare to what is being proposed. 1403 Georgia sits on 4 lots and faces Georgia Avenue. This house will sit on already smaller than normal lot and make a huge presence. Please do not consider this huge house to be a fit for a small, quaint street. Thank you, Penny Latham. Then one more. Dear board members, we live at 1410 Georgia Avenue and have no objection to the demolition of the structure at 716 New Jersey Street regarding HPB case number 2205. David Lawrence on behalf of Denise and Mark Silverman. We definitely think this will be an improvement to the neighborhood. With kindest regards, Kirk and Cheryl Grantham. That's the ones that have been received by staff.
Going back to the architectural style, wouldn't you say that this level of ornamentation is more indicative of a Mediterranean revival style structure than a mission?
Yes, it's getting there, yes. I mean, it does have the parapet roof, so it's kind of...
But the outriggers, the cantilevered portion, the Corinthian columns.
I think it's right there. It's like it's a hybrid.
Can you put up again the redesign?
Yes.
How long ago did you receive that?
Today.
Okay.
So I have not had a lot of time to study it.
So it looks like we're losing the parapet reference in the redesign.
Yes, you're getting that sloped roof here and then just a small parapet here.
The shaped parapet. Any further questions of staff? Thank you. Do we have any members of the public that wish to comment on this case? Oh, yes, Mr. Simpson.
Hello again. And thank you. I must disclose that I sold the Silvermans this property. It was owned by Jim and Leanne Stuck on on Cordova, when they decided they want to move into Grandview Heights or Flamingo Park. We found that. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you state your name and address for
Oh, I'm
the
sorry,
record?
Steve Simpson. I live at 2201 South Olive.
Thank you.
In Elsid. So I sold them this property, and I did access the, regarding the demolition, I did go into the building upstairs and down, and it was pretty dangerous. As a matter of fact, I fell through the floor. It was dark. I was using my phone for, to see, and I stepped in the back part of the property, and there was some soft wood, and I didn't fall far, just a foot or so, but it was in really bad condition. I went upstairs, and the floor on the second floor is tilted really bad to the east. Put a ball over here, and it rolls hard. So something has failed in that. That's the same wall I think you're talking about, I believe. Yeah. So regarding the demolition, and then by as luck would have it, this past week I was showing a property that I have up in Northwood, and this gal was there with her friend who was interested in buying the house. It ended up being the girl, the woman who's in contract on the property to the west from the current owner. She's living in their little guest house in the back of that property, and as long as Penny Latham can get the construction done by, I think, February 7th or 8th, she's going to close and move in. It's part of her loan condition that the property is done. She told me that she loved the idea of the two-story house, and I sent her the design. I guess it would have been the previous design because I didn't know about this new one. And she said back to me, "I love it." She gave me her parents' phone number, or her parents' my phone number, and the dad and thank you, by the way, for agreeing with the demolition, because I think you're spot on. But the father called me from Youngstown, Ohio, yesterday, and I talked to him for about 45 minutes. And he started off saying, "Hey, I want to tear my house down." And I bought it sight unseen, and I came down, and it was kind of a surprise. And I'd like to tear mine down and go two-story. And I said, "I don't think you're going to be able to do that." And I explained to him conforming and non-conforming. And so he wanted to build a two-story home initially until he found out that he couldn't do that himself. So I didn't know anything about the letter, but I did talk to him. So maybe he changed his mind when he found out that he was stuck with a single-story home. The daughter, moving in next door, loved the design. So I just want to go on the record as telling you that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the parent that's being referenced was the John Harris email.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Is there any further public comment? Okay, go ahead.
I just want to clarify that we got the staff comments Friday afternoon, I think. So, well, we didn't give you a ton of time to study it. We didn't have a ton of time to fix it. And I would say that when we're talking about third versus a quarter, we're talking about a few feet here in difference from what staff is recommending for what we're proposing.
Thank you. Oh, I have one quick question. So the FAR with your existing proposal, you're like right at your maximum permitted FAR. With this redesign, have you reduced your FAR?
No, it's the same because we shifted, and we're going to have to take about 3 or 4 inches out here or there because what's happening is the shift occurs over top of the porch that was counting as zip. So there's like about 20 square feet that's going to count because the top's over it. So when we get back, we're going to have to pare the building back a little bit to catch that 20 square feet. It will be the differential. I think is this 10 or 20, I can't remember, but we know we got to make the adjustment to hit the number again. But yes, it doesn't make it smaller. It makes it, because of the way it shifts, it makes it worse.
Okay.
But it will comply. We will make the necessary nip and tuck to make it comply. It's not a substantial difference.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now go into executive session.
The revision that was submitted today, I think, does the opposite of what it was intended to do. It emphasizes the verticality of the structure, and I think the the mass of what is essentially, well, it is an elevator shaft, is not consistent with the neighborhood. So at a minimum, I would like to see that addressed.
I agree with Kristen. I think that the revision is not what the intention of staff's comments was, and I understand and I appreciate the quick turnaround to do some form of intervention to address staff concerns, but I think this is completely the wrong direction, and the elevator element, which is so now pronounced and is it's almost reads to me as a vertical tower, and I think the kind of some of the original street facing charm of the original design is lost.
I agree. I also would like to just see less ornamentation, just a simpler structure. Do we think that we can provide conditions of approval, or do you think we need to continue?
I would think we'd have to continue and new plans. I mean, we also have the neighbor, pardon me, the objections from the neighborhood in terms of the compatibility of the rest of the neighborhood, and I brought up that point as well. So even though I think that's a nice looking building, it's a nice looking building for somewhere else.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's probably a little bit too much here for staff to handle for some revisions. And I think the 1/3 reduction was almost modest. I think a more substantial one-story structure at the front of the property would probably be more in line with the existing Mission or Pueblo style of architecture in the area, and kind of blend in better with the flanking one-story vernacular bungalows.
I mean, it's certainly maxing out the lot of like what is permissible, paired with a two-story accessory structure. It's just a lot for this site. So what direction would we like to give the applicant if we are to continue? Which I'm assuming everyone is okay with the demolition, since I'm not hearing anything about that.
I am, and I would also like to point out, the substantial evidence is there.
Yeah.
Complete documentation on many levels, and the structural engineers that were consulted and provided reports are well respected in the community and familiar with structures such as these.
So James, you'd like to see a one-story primary structure, or?
No, I think that a more predominant one-story structure would be more fitting for this design choice in the immediate area. As a, just kind of springboarding off of staff's 1/3, I think it could be a little bit more than that.
So maybe that second floor could be stepped back.
I think so, and I think the architect could somehow internalize this elevator element so that it's not on the primary facade.
I think there's a lot of examples of that Mission style that has like a one-story entry element with the second story stepping back. I'm sure within the district that could be a reference point. And how does everybody feel about the ornamentation?
It would certainly make it more consistent with the adjacent properties in the neighborhood, so should be considered.
Any further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
I move to continue case number 22-05 to the next Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Moving on to our last case of the evening, HPB 22-06 and 22-07, 721 Canoga Drive.
Is it up here? Yeah, please. Sorry, last few times I didn't really do anything. You did such a good job with your
Thank you,
presentation.
I appreciate that. So let's, I'm gonna start there and then we'll flip through.
All right. So good evening. Thank you. I appreciate it's been a long night for everybody. My name is Sam Fish. I'm a local small developer in the area, and we've done a number of both historic restorations and also new construction homes. And I'm just going to kind of flip through some of this here, and then I'll let staff kind of handle their end of it because they do such a good job. This is a property that is on Canoga Drive, which is in Flamingo Park, the historic district. It's a large lot. It's actually a double lot compared with all the other lots on the street. You can see the front of the house. It does not currently possess any real historic structures or historic designations. I believe that the windows were newer windows that were put in recently, but don't have any kind of historic merit of any nature. Let's see if I have any. We are proposing to take the lot and split it up into two and build two homes on the property, both 3-bedroom houses, roughly, I believe they're 2,300 square feet homes. We went through a number of iterations with staff on both of the designs to get something that they felt was kind of in conjunction with the neighborhood and fit kind of some of the historic styles we were trying to go after. This is Model A is an Art Deco home. Here's some of the south and east elevations. So you can see the front entryway is really an open breezeway, kind of just, it gives it a more open feel, and it's, let's see here, so west and the north. There is a pool, proposed pool on the property. There's floor plan, first floor, second floor. And then the Model B is proposed a mid-century modern home. So we use plenty of elements that kind of are in the nature of this particular style of home. So material selections obviously were run by staff, as well as the a lot of the design elements. We were specifically focused on setting back the garage from the front of the house. So there's a cantilever over both of the garages so that it is set back. I know that was one of the things that was of most importance in setting the garage back off of the street.
I guess I'll open it up to questions if there's any questions. I know most of this is prepared by staff, so they can obviously present their side of it as well.
Is the Model B like mid-century modern for California? 'Cause
Say it again?
I says, is the Model B like a mid-century modern for California? Because it's, I don't have the architectural background of the other board members. It just looks very different to me.
No, I mean, it's a mid-century modern. It's the style. It's, you know, it's from Florida.
Okay.
Maybe what Mr. Pickney is referencing here is, what are the historic precedents within the neighborhood that you're referencing with these two structures?
The historical reference?
Yeah, that's one of our criteria, is that you take your design cues from other structures within your historic neighborhood. So which structures did you consider when designing these?
Well, I mean, Art Deco, there's a number of Art Deco buildings in the neighborhood. Obviously, the Armory, which is next door. There's a number of houses all over both Flamingo and Grandview Heights. Mid-century modern probably is less prominent, but there obviously are examples of mid-century architecture in the neighborhoods. We wanted to do something that was design that we felt we liked, that could be more represented in the neighborhood. With the new home, obviously a lot of people choose to do Mediterranean, when it comes to a lot of the new homes, but we wanted to do something that wasn't maybe as prominently featured.
To further that point, do you have any examples of structures with two-car garages facing the street?
Any examples of structures?
Within the district. It's unfortunate that the streetscape doesn't have any detailing on it. It just shows the massing of the surrounding.
Do you have the renderings in here? I think
There's no details.
I think that was them. I mean, this is
No.
what. Yeah, they're here. There's this.
Yeah, those aren't the renderings though. Those are just the architecture stuff.
No, these are the colored renderings. That's what was submitted, proposed south rendering. That's what I got.
Got it. Okay. Is there a way to? I don't have it. No, I don't have exact examples of other houses that have front-facing garages. No.
There are some photographs in the packet, but they all appear to be one-car garages, the examples.
Okay.
I think they're just both overwhelmingly defined by the garage, which is not a characteristic of the historic district.
Yeah, we did set the garage back. I believe is it 10 feet? Look at the actual measurements here. Yeah, we did send the entryway back off of the street to kind of not have it as pronounced.
I believe that is a requirement, Ms. Mittner. It is a requirement. To have if you have a front-facing garage, it is a requirement per the code to have it set back 10 feet. It's not like it was just an additional 10 feet that the applicant elected to have. It's a requirement.
They have these in their packet. They have this in their packet.
Okay, cool.
That's what it is.
And so both of these have an open-air entryway that you pass through to access the front door?
Correct.
Any further questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Frederic Mittner, presenting these cases jointly, 22-06 and 22-07 for 721 Cayuga Drive. As the applicant already showed you, this mid-block lot on the north side of Cayuga Drive is twice the size of the typical lot on the street. And the minimum zoning requirements would permit this lot to be split down the middle. That would be just usually a administrative zoning review. Obviously, it's in a historic district. It has a structure on it, and the structure is indeed contributing. It was built in 1946. This is the structure. It's actually been in front of the board in the past for some alterations, and the request is to demolish it, then apply for the lot split, and then build 2 new homes that do need simultaneous approval from the board. So as you can see, either side, it is a one-story, there are one-story houses on either side. This would kind of be the 2 lots. And so even though this is a contributing structure, there, not just because alterations have occurred here, but there really is very little integrity, even though it was listed as contributing as part of the resurvey. I can't stand here in front of you and tell you this has the same caliber and integrity as some of our other homes, even the small one-story bungalows we just saw flanking the other application. So I don't know how, I can't recall how the committee agreed this would be contributing, but I can see that it doesn't have integrity, and that I think that this would be reasonable to consider demolition here. Therefore, I'm actually recommending approval that would be acceptable if the new construction was compatible. There is no structural engineering reports because there's nothing wrong with this building. No one is claiming it is. It is currently occupied, so it does not need to be demolished for any other reason than the applicant is requesting it. So their request is first the demolition, and again, I also included the guidelines for historic designation, that the buildings possess integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, and association. If there was a resurvey, I would probably recommend this was non-contributing. I am not here to make their case for them. I just couldn't stand up here and say this is the most wonderful building and it absolutely has to be saved, because I think that would do a disservice to our program at large to say this is of the same caliber as others. So it is contributing, and so there's certainly reasons to recommend denial, but again, I find that there's a differentiation. Now to the 2 proposed plans. They, from a massing standpoint, they seem to fit the character. I'm also not here to make the case for them. There are some references. I don't have the addresses because I certainly didn't get to that level of detail because it's not my case to make for you. But there's a construction on the corner of Biscayne that is a kind of a twisted floor plan and has some of these elements. There's another kind of split level. There's at least 2 other examples of this, what Mr. Pickney calls kind of a California, it's true. And the Art Deco as well. There's some reference to that in the neighborhood. However, my biggest concern are the front-facing garages. That is really, I can't find that, not to this level anywhere. I can find a lot of carports of split levels and mid-century moderns, but not the garages. So you've seen the elevations. You know, the smaller width does face the front, and then they're kind of courtyard-facing houses. The 2-story element is pushed to the back. I think those elements are all good for the street. This is a very awkward entry element here in height. Also the garage. But having the second floor with the vertical planking and stucco on the ground floor, there are some examples of that in Flamingo Park. So I think there needs to be modifications, especially with the front-facing garages, converting those to carports. But in general, I think this is something that would be, staff would recommend approval and be amenable towards moving forward. Based on the compatibility criteria, some of the structures I've identified in the neighborhood, I recognize I don't have addresses for you this evening, but just in driving around, and Secretary Interior Standards number 9 and 10. So again, recommending approval with the condition that both front-facing garages shall be converted to carports. I do have 3 public comments that have come in on it. The first one, to whom this may concern, while I'm all for improving the houses on our street, I have a few concerns with this proposal. First, I would like to say that I agree with the demolition. However, I'm not sure I agree with having 2 additional structures. I feel this would add way too much traffic to our quiet and peaceful street, not to mention a bigger street parking problem than we already have. Secondly, there's a speed bump in front of this property, which I'm assuming would also have to be moved. I'm against this as well for safety reasons. Lastly, I think overcrowding our streets decreases the value and appeal of Canoga Drive. I would much rather see a larger home built on this property. Thank you, Melanie Hill. Then there was a Google Voice. This is the transcription. Any errors are only in the transcription, not in the person leaving this message. It is, hello, I'm calling in regards to the Historic Preservation Board, case number 2206 and 2207, the demolition construction at 721 Canoga Drive. I'm calling to respond to the notice in the mail. I won't be able to attend a hearing in person. I want to provide my comments. I do actually live on Canoga right now, very close to that property, and a couple things that concern me in regards to 2 properties. So I'm in favor of demolition in a new property. I'm all for one brand new property, but 2 properties to me on that lot. There's a couple concerns. The traffic would be increased. There are families, a lot of pet owners on the street, and the safety concerns when you add 2 larger properties. One with the 2 new 1-story property has one of the driveways. If you build 2 new properties, issues it's right in front of that property, so there's no parking, as I said, that the current property there has one of those looped driveways. Well, if you build 2 properties, where will these cars park? I expect that would be the family's home with multiple cars, a large house that with speed blocks right in front of the property. Would their cars be parking in front of other people's properties? Already a major problem. They concern noise during construction. Want to respectfully leave those comments. I'm in agreement for definitely one new property. And then an email, Callan Alpar, to whom it may concern, I'd like to respectfully share my thoughts around case 2206 and 2207. I'd like to state I'm in agreement with having a new property on this lot, but I don't agree with having 2 properties. I live next door, so I knew Canoga very well. Here are my concerns. Canoga is a narrow street. 2 multi-story properties will increase traffic a lot on the street with multiple families and pet owners. The property is blocked by speed bump. If you build multiple properties, where will they park their cars? Also concerned about the noise. Definitely open to a beautiful new property. Preference would be for 1 on this lot. And you have those at your seats. So that is what staff received.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
Frederic, hi. Does the Public Works Department review these plans in this level of review for new curb cuts and configurations?
No. So there's really no coordination with engineering or public works for a single-family residence, whether it was in a historic district or not. So the apron curb cuts would be reviewed at permitting by them and engineering.
And is there anything in the code that requires a certain number of vehicles on a single-family property to be contained in a garage?
Contained in a garage, no, but there does need to be 2 off-street parking spaces available.
Okay, thank you.
So starting with the demolition, is there a procedure to reclassify a building from contributing to non-contributing?
Not really. Again, it would be the same as the opposite. It would be a whole resurvey of the district.
Have we had an example of this type of case before? Because there's not really any evidence presented by the applicant as to why we should consider the demolition.
Right, or the loss of integrity, right. So in regards to that, no. I can't think of an example.
And then as far as the new construction, are you proposing the two-car garage becomes one giant carport or two individual carports? How would that be resolved?
I think one would be fine, but I imagine there are other design concerns too.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Midner, when a house gets designated, is for a reason, right? There are no properties that get designated for no reason.
Correct. They meet the minimum age criteria, which this certainly does. It was built in 46, and then it was determined, and in this case, the resurvey was done by a neighborhood committee, wonderful committee, and sometimes, as we also saw in Northwood Harbor, is they prefer to err on the side of contributing to retain the resources.
Thank you.
And some communities have different rankings or levels of their historic structures, like they're a tier 1, a tier 2. We don't have that. When you're contributing, you're just lumped in with everything, from the most high style structure to the just meeting the minimum criteria. And the good news is the applicant posted a sign, so there was definitely lots of public notice. That's what you see in the front, if you're wondering what that is.
Any further questions of staff? Okay, I have a few cards here. Linda Cullen, nice to see you. Linda was chairman before me, chairwoman.
Nice to see you. I wish I had something better to say, but what I want to try to get across to you is that I think it's imperative that the elephant in the room be not lost, and that elephant in the room is the fact that this is a contributing property. We all care about preservation, or we wouldn't be here, you wouldn't be here. That's a rule. And as Ms. Mittner said, it's, it's one thing that's all lumped in together, and it's contributing, and that's the fact. What I'd like to also give you some history, and then I'm going to pass this along to Ms. Mittner to read into the record, is that this Flamingo Park District was resurveyed. Before it was resurveyed, that property was already contributing. In 2009, I have the final report, which I'll pass along. In 2007 and 8, I guess I was still on the board, and I was determined that we would have our property, Flamingo Park, resurveyed, and there wasn't really money to have a consultant, so Flamingo Park decided we would do it ourselves. So, and I was chair of that committee, and I handpicked the people that would be on that committee. And I purposely picked people that I thought might have questions, especially about the properties that were now becoming of age, that, people sort of have a mental block about why should this be contributing. And what I want to point out is that one of the people that I asked to be on that committee is the owner of this property. He went along with this, agreed that that property, he didn't own it at the time. He still lived in Flamingo Park, but he went with the survey and said, yes, this property should be contributing. And that, I have the evidence of that in this report. So you have no real, what I'm going to call the evidence of why this property should be torn down. No plumbing issues, no electrical issues. It's been rented up until relatively recently. It's simply a matter of taking advantage of the market, and there's no harm in trying to do that, but let's not get the contributing property as a sacrifice to it. And that's really all I have to say. I would like to give this to Frederic. I have 3 paper clips that point out Mr. Weiss's contributing to this. and I thank you. Please do not let this property be demolished.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to take Barbara Brubaker first.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Brubaker. Excuse me, I live on Flamingo Drive in Flamingo Park. I also oppose the demolition of this contributing property. One thing I want to point out that the front elevation may not have clearly given you when you looked at the photograph is that this house is significantly higher than the other houses in terms of it being on the ridge or the hill in Flamingo Park. And it is a one-story house. The houses on either side, I believe, are also one story. So now you put two-story buildings up on top of that hill, and it does significantly change the view of Cayuga. And I think this is an important factor. And I don't believe that losing historical property for the sake of two properties where all I saw were garages are contributing. So again, I ask you to deny the demolition of this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pullum.
There are really two issues swimming here. Obviously, one has to do with demolition, which would be the first step. And if it was my neighborhood, I would feel very much like the others do about it, because it is part of the history. And I'm alarmed at the casual write-off of mid-century because of market pressures. Because if we turned these neighborhoods over to market pressures, we would no longer have any historic districts. That's really except for a couple of less advantaged ones. I guess what I want to say is, even if you could get beyond the demolition, two little bitty brand new structures in the middle of, and in a premier spot, in the middle of the block, looks like tract housing. I mean, it's you know, one little lot somewhere wedged in because there was a fire and the house burned down or whatever. But to put them both takes on development look. That's not character. That's not the character of historic districts anywhere in our city. And I would strongly encourage that we not err to that side and begin this, because we will have a line out the door of people tearing houses down, and then we'll have these little ricky-ticky 50-foot, you know, little bitty houses, and the architecture is not compatible. It is not similar in kind. It's not anything. So I'm sorry to offend. If it was in a different spot, in a different place, maybe, but this is not okay. So one, on the demolition and my worries, which are a lot of houses are going to get demolished because they're not protected. And then two, it's in the houses that are proposed to replace it on a split lot are not okay either. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment? Mr. Fish, you have an opportunity for rebuttal, if you'd like one.
So first is to address the issue of splitting the lot. I mean, as we saw, it's the only double lot on the street. So to split it and have two homes there would be in character with every other house on that street. So, you know, I heard in the public comments that were read that everybody wants to have one house on the double lot. But, you know, again, they're worried about one extra family, but every single lot on that street is a 50-foot wide single lot. So I don't think that is a reason to deny that. No, am I not correct? Okay. Do you want me? Or I'll bring up the photo. Oop, here we go. So it looks like you're right. There's one house on the corner, on the far west corner, but with the exception of that, they're all predominantly. I don't have a measuring tape, but I guess we can all see that most of the houses. This is the largest lot on the block. That's all I'm saying.
we can look at it. In terms of the architecture, I mean, again, we worked with staff and we proposed plans and worked with them on modifications and changes, and we went through a number of modifications. I mean, we're very conscious of the styles in the neighborhood, and we worked with staff to come up with something that works. So we took, all of the recommendations. Obviously, the garage, I'll be honest, I didn't see that recommendation in the letter. So I apologize. I didn't see that one comment in there, but in the conversations with staff, the only comment that we had was that the garages need to be set back, which we did. So I see now that the further comment was that the garages should be eliminated to have a carport. We didn't address that because we just didn't see it. So that's something we can certainly look at. But in terms of the style and the elements and the sort of conformity with the neighborhood, I mean, we worked for a long time going back and forth with different styles and plans and massing to get something that did kind of conform with the neighborhood. So, I feel like we did a good job in addressing that, at least with staff. In terms of, the historic nature of the property, I mean, there doesn't, as, we heard, there are no elements that are preserved that make this historic. I understand it is, obviously, it was registered as a contributing structure. How it was registered, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't currently own the property. We're looking to buy the property and to build 2 new homes that do fit with the neighborhood, that are for people to live in the neighborhood. So we obviously want to be sensitive to the wishes of the neighborhood and obviously the historic board. But we feel we've done that in designing homes that fit the character, that are historic in style. These are not meant to look like anything. This isn't meant to look like tract homes or developments. This is meant to look like all the other homes on the street, where the lots are 50 foot wide, and there's many 2-story houses on the block. So it really is meant to kind of blend in with the neighborhood and have historic styles that blend in with the rest of Flamingo Park.
Thank you. We'll now go into executive session.
Well, as a resident of Flamingo Park, I too am very concerned about demolition of any contributing structure. I realize it can be argued the architectural merits of the house, but I just think this is a dangerous precedent. And this is the Historic Preservation Board, and I think protecting contributing structures is part of what we're here for. I think later we're going to talk about Sunshine Park, and I know that's not a historic district, and you see what's happening there. So I think that's just development pressures are really strong now, but I'm really concerned about any kind of demolition of a contributing structure.
I'm also concerned about the demolition of the existing structure, but in addition to that, I keep hearing that, we're matching architectural styles. I'm not aware of a single Art Deco home in Flamingo Park. I could be wrong.
In my opinion is that the only thing that I can agree is to divide the lot, because it's typically, we can see it right there on the screen, typically it's a single lot, not a double lot, so I don't have a problem with that, but I would not support the demolition of a designated property for no reason. And architecturally, the 2 proposed houses really don't have anything to do with the neighborhood. And I mean, I don't know what to think about it. I mean, it's really not good architecture.
Initially, I thought that if we were to allow the demolition, we would have to ask a lot more than just installing carports. I think we would do a continuance and have revised designs of those 2 buildings to be more compatible with what's in the neighborhood. But, from what's been said, it is a contributing structure. And when we discuss contributing structures, we don't have, we don't say, how much it's contributing or what its design features. Somebody mentioned there before about some communities have ABC and so forth, gradations of acceptance for the architecture. The plain fact is that it's contributing, and in the past, we've always kind of stuck to our guns in terms of issues like that. If it's contributing, that's all we needed to know. So for that reason, I would also be against demolition.
I completely agree. I had question marks on the notes that I made when reviewing this agenda with the contributing stature. I kind of have been trained that that's where it stops. It's contributing. There's no cause for demolition with structural report. The home is in an imminent disrepair and potential loss of life. I didn't really even pay much attention to the new architecture because I couldn't even get to it. But if I were to give opinion on that, it probably wouldn't be that complimentary.
I agree with everyone's comments. I think it's, not even getting to the proposed new construction. There's not enough evidence as to why we should even consider the demolition, and a matter of principle that a contributing structure should be, laid way for development of this kind, I think is concerning and would set a very dangerous precedent. Any further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
We need two motions, is that correct? We would need two motions, a demolition and for the new construction?
If you were going to approve it.
Oh, okay, thank you. I move that the Historic Preservation Board I would move that the Historic Preservation Board deny application number 2206 for new construction. This motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the staff report that competent substantial evidence of record has not been submitted that satisfies standards set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, and the additional compatibility criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Been denied. Last item is a discussion of the potential designation of Sunshine Park as a historic
Just
district.
to be clear, could we just have a similar motion perhaps for 2207?
Oh, sure.
Thanks.
Since there's two separate case numbers.
Please, thank you.
Is that what you were asking? So if we could have one more motion for the other address or case number.
I apologize.
No, I believe I informed you incorrectly if that's what you were asking, if we needed two motions.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I didn't have the thing on, so I didn't understand.
Oh, so we need, you asked if we needed two motions, and I
Right.
thought you were referring to a motion for demolition and a motion for new construction, but we do need two motions for the two separate case numbers. So the motion you made was for 2206?
Yes.
If you could make a second motion, or if someone else could make a second motion for 2207.
Okay, could you do that, Bill?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board deny application number, which one, 2207?
07, yes.
2207 for demolition. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the staff report that competent substantial evidence of record has not been submitted that satisfies the standards set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
You can see how dedicated Sunshine Park is. They've stayed through the whole thing. Frederic Mittner, Ann Hamilton and I will be presenting this jointly, and then we'll also be sharing the podium with anyone from the Sunshine Park neighborhood. We wanted to bring the Historic Preservation Board up to speed on what has been happening in Sunshine Park. Sunshine Park is just that little southeast corner of by Flamingo Park that everyone thinks is often included in Flamingo Park, but it's not. It's really its own entity. And Edward Roddy was a pioneer realtor and developer, and really founded this tract of 47 acres of land and became known as Sunshine Park. And it does have smaller houses on 40 to 50-foot lots, and it was rapidly developed in 1925, 1928 to 1948. Really, it was kind of the most of the construction. And here are just some representative photos. One-story mission homes, frame vernacular, just very charming, quaint neighborhood. And so the neighborhood, they have a neighborhood association, just like most of our other historic districts. They've explored historic designation in the past, but their efforts didn't come to fruition. And in the last couple of years, prompted by demolition and infill construction that some feel are not compatible with the neighborhood, they reached out and wanted to explore historic designation again. So staff attended an informational meeting on February 12th, then another meeting on September 10th in 2020. So we started in 2020, then again in 2021, and then a larger group meeting on October 20th, 2021 to kind of get the word out that, again, the neighborhood is exploring this designation and seeking feedback. And luckily for the neighborhood, Ann Hamilton came on board and was able to start spearheading the effort to assist them. And I will let her tell you about the outreach efforts and where we're at.
So in November of 2021, a mailer was sent to all residents within the proposed district boundaries. And we received some feedback that some of the wording was confusing, so we sent a second mailer about a week later, asking residents to basically provide feedback, not an official vote, but to gauge interest in whether or not people would be interested in Sunshine Park becoming historic. The responses were mixed. The largest sort of response we received was no response. And we did receive a number of responses after our deadline of December 8th. Overall, the the split between yes and no votes was very close, with the total number of votes being 26 yes votes to 28 no votes and 70 no responses. And then this is a more clear view of the responses without lack of response included. We also received some feedback from a resident on Upland Road, which we had not included in the original proposed boundaries, that he would be he owns a large number of the properties on that street, and he indicated that in addition to the property that he owns within the originally proposed boundaries, he would be interested in being part of the expanded historic district if we were to go with the boundaries on the right, and that would increase the vote total for yes by up to 5 votes. So from here, we were hoping to get guidance from the board in terms of what steps to take from here. According to the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the designation can be initiated by the board. And also we wanted some feedback from the board on whether the 400 block of Upland, where there was resident interest, and the 400 block of Sunset, which we hadn't originally included in the boundaries, but also includes some historic structures, should be included. Here's an image of some representative houses on the 400 block of Upland and the 400 block of Sunset. And with that, do you have any questions?
Questions of staff?
How many properties fall within the boundaries?
Something around 130.
And did you do a windshield survey of how many of those might be contributing?
Yeah, we our estimate was somewhere in either case of the proposed boundaries, it's somewhere around 90%.
Excellent, thank you.
And how did you determine the boundaries? Was it based on the original plat map?
The boundaries for the district?
Yes.
So originally, we were going to go with the more expanded boundaries that we showed. There was some discussion because Upland and Sunset, at the railroad tracks, they sort of stop coming in from Dixie Highway. So there was some discussion that because they weren't contiguous with the neighborhood, those could maybe not be included. But since there has been resident interest in those areas, and they can be considered part of Sunshine Park as a neighborhood, we thought that it would merit the expanded boundaries.
Since there was a significant number of non-responders in both mailings, is there any statute that says that you needed a certain percentage of the number of households in the proposed district to approve before it could be approved?
And that is one way to initiate a designation. If you have 51% of a district.
Of the households?
Yes, I mean, it's not as spelled out as we would like. I'll read you the exact wording, because then the nuances come in. Procedures: eligible applicants. Applications for historic designation or landmark status may be initiated by only the following: Historic Preservation Board, City Commission, Preservation Planners, a property owner for designation of a site, a majority of property owners, 51% for designation of a district. So, in the past, we've had other neighborhoods who have wanted to explore historic designation, and because we also didn't receive those responses, it was actually the board that ended up initiating. We had another situation where the city commission initiated. So that's why we're here, to share with you that the neighborhood is interested. They can share more about, what they've explored and their thoughts on it, to speak from a neighborhood association standpoint. But then again, advise your direction, or perhaps you initiating the designation for us to proceed. It would, if you initiated, today is just a discussion. There would be a formal public hearing that everybody would get a mailer. There would be ad in the newspaper. It would be a true public hearing in front of the board with at least 30 days notice, and then it would still require 2 readings at City Commission. So today is not a hearing day in any way. It is just give you an update that this is something staff's been working on, the neighborhood has expressed interest, and seeking direction on how to proceed.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff? I assume we have some public comment. Is there anyone there that would like to speak?
For the record, my name is Dennis Perry. I'm currently the president of the Sunshine Park Neighborhood Association. And on behalf of the board, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present our case in favor of historic designation in one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city of West Palm Beach. We're 102 years old. Basically, Sunshine Park is a historic middle-class neighborhood that in the heart of the city, located north-south from Ardmore Road to Avon Road and west-east from Georgia Avenue to Sunset to South Dixie Highway. As representatives of the community, we recognize the desire of many of the owners to maintain the distinguishing characteristics of our neighborhood while allowing expressions of change and adaptation. We feel a sense of responsibility to them in protecting, preserving, and promoting the unique position that Sunshine Park represents in the history of West Palm Beach. This is all the more important given the changes that have occurred in the past couple of years. We've had 4 teardowns in the past 2 years. One of them was a Spanish mission on the corner of Westwood and Georgia. That was built in the 1920s. Again, we're very concerned about construction of new buildings, some of which are incompatible in size, scale, and proportion, all of which has an impact on the historic character and integrity of our neighborhood. And we don't want to lose that identity as an historical asset, or lose what has been described in the Palm Beach Post as a hidden gem. So basically, as far as history is concerned, as Frederick mentioned, it started in the boom period of the 1920s, of which Edward Rohde was a developer, champion swimmer in the South, and Palm Beach pioneer, owned and worked on, along with W.H. Harding, tract of 47 acres of land just south of the city limits that attracted the attention of passerbys on South Dixie Highway. Most of the homes were built on Westwood, Sunset, and Avon roads. They were smaller houses on 40, 50-foot lots. The subdivision attracted an eclectic group of people, buyers from a local plumber to real estate agents, a banker, contractors, and a hotel owner. And they came from everywhere. They came from Massachusetts, Virginia, Maine, and Long Island. And we have some first-hand accounts we came across, which I'll read just a couple to you. Palm Beach Post, March 25th, 1920. Streets were to be 50 feet wide and rocked. The sidewalks 5 feet wide with the regulation curbing. Water pipes will be laid, connection to be had to the main of the West Palm Beach Water Company. The line of subdivision being only 700 feet south of the city limits. Palm Beach Post, April 2nd, 1920. The Sunshine Lot sale opened in fine style today, just to show you some of the promotions they used to attract people to Sunshine Park. With a large crowd and many sales and a wider acquaintance with the property by many persons who are expected to become buyers. Rohde introduced a new element attraction to the sale yesterday. A large bowl of 1920 pennies was provided, and selected persons were permitted to reach and take all the pennies they could hold in one hand. Pennies were new and slick, and not all the pennies stuck in the hand. Some of the high-fisted fellows were able to get and retain as much as dollars worth. Palm Beach Post, January 5th, 1921. Development was one of the most rapid in the southern outskirts of the city. Streets were paved, sidewalks laid, water and sewer mains installed, and 9 beautiful homes in the Spanish mission style were completed or under construction. All of them on Sunshine proper have been cleared along with all of Addition 1, which is by the railroad tracks. Finally, October 18th, 1921, 60 acres of land situated in the Dixie Highway, a mile south of Clematis Avenue, and immediately south of the old city limits, known as Sunshine Park, has been under construction for a year and a half by E.U. Rohde of West Palm Beach. 30 acres of this tract have been equipped with the latest word and improvements. 50-foot rock streets with curbs and 5-foot sidewalks have been constructed. A sewage system that leads to a septic tank on the lakefront has been installed, and catch basins have been put in the streets, which are properly graded for the purpose of disposing of water, which otherwise would be left standing in the streets. At present, there are 19 homes in the subdivision that are housing their owners and 6 more under construction under Mr. Rohde's personal direction. Careful consideration was given the building problem, and by employing the latest methods in building homes of this type, and by buying lumber in wholesale lots, building costs have been reduced a great deal. Homeowners in this section assert it's one of the coolest places in the city. The general value of the homes that are being built in Sunshine Park range from $5,000 to $10,000. 200 lots have been sold in this tract, and 90 remain unsold. 15 owners so far have sold their lots at a profit. Situate as it is, and with the types of houses that are being construction, this addition bids fair to become one of the most successful subdivisions around West Palm Beach. Because of the importance of the city of West Palm Beach and its contribution to growth and economic development, we initiated a survey in our neighborhood to gauge, as Frederica said, the interest in historical designation. During our informational meetings, both sides of the issue were discussed. We fielded common questions about changes to property and where you can find information on the subject, tax incentives, effect on property values and property taxes. At the request of some of the owners, we had speakers from other historical neighborhoods provide their perspective and experience on living in such a neighborhood. We looked at studies and cited references at our informational meeting on how historic properties and neighborhoods perform and compare to non-historic neighborhoods. We looked at the effects on investors and talked with contractors in historic neighborhoods who purchased and worked on structures within their neighborhoods. We have been upfront and transparent from the beginning, canvassing the neighborhood and posting notices on our neighborhood association website, on social media, platforms such as Nextdoor, Facebook, and Instagram, holding 2 informational meetings on what's involved, the process and procedures of being historically designated. We've assisted owners with procuring survey forms if they hadn't received them. We've answered questions from owners and addressed any issues posted on social media. And finally, some of the neighbors asked us, well, how do we benefit from this? How does our neighborhood benefit from this? I'm just going to take some conclusions from 2 of the studies we looked at. One of is a study of residential historical district designation by Jonathan Mabry, who was a historical preservation officer at the Department of Urban Planning and Design, the city of Tucson. And this study was used as a reference by neighborhood associations all over the country in their process of becoming a historic neighborhood. 15 cities throughout the country were surveyed, and here are some of the findings, which might interest you. Historical district designation typically increases residential property values by 5 to 35% per decade over the values in similar undesignated neighborhoods. And we looked at what we had in our neighborhood compared to neighborhoods that were not historical. The median listing home price in Flamingo Park was $625,000. The median sold home price in Flamingo Park was $650,000. The median listing home price in Sunshine Park, $470,000. The median listing home price in Sunshine Park, $562,000. Locally designated historic districts outperform similar undesignated neighborhoods. Local historic district designations decrease in investor uncertainty and insulates property values from wild swings in the housing market. In a way, investors are indemnified against instability because of stability in neighborhood associations, which generally hold their value or increase them. Tax incentives, such as the ad valorem tax exemption, provides alternatives to demolition of historic homes, thereby providing stability to the built environment of neighborhoods. One owner, for example, told us at one of the meetings in historic Flamingo Park that he was able to save $60,000 in taxes for renovations he made to his property after having applied for the exemption. Historic district designations lead to increased levels of home ownership and longer residence by both homeowners and renters. At one of our informational meetings, we compared Flamingo Park, an historic district, with Sunshine Park, a non-historic district. In Flamingo Park, for example, the annual turnover rate is low at 20%. 62% of the homes are owner-occupied, 38% are rented. In Sunshine Park, the turnover rate is 25%, 60% of the homes are owner occupied and 40% are rented. We also looked at Pineapple Park, which is not a historic district. 40% of the homes are owner occupied and 30% rented there. Designated historic neighborhoods tend to have higher rates of participation in neighborhood associations and improvement projects, which protects shared spaces from decline. Again, if we look at Flamingo Park, for example, they met with the city on paving sidewalks and tree trimming in the neighborhood. They also have a yard sale and historic house tours every year. That shows to us the level of community involvement and commitment that historic neighborhoods have over non-historic neighborhoods. So basically, in conclusion, it's for all these reasons that its contribution to the early development and growth of the city of West Palm Beach, our association with important individuals in the community such as Edward Rhodey and Guy McLaren, both of whom played an important role in the history and distinctive architectural types of our neighborhood, that we believe historic designation for Sunshine Park deserves your consideration. I also have letters of support from our neighbors who want to become a historic district, and I'm open to any questions you might have.
Well, thank you so much for that well-researched statement. I think it's incredible that you're such a proponent for a historic district, and certainly very knowledgeable, and hopefully can respond to any questions that people have as to whether it will benefit them or not. So thank you so much. It's always very exciting to see a new historic district be suggested for the city. So
great. Thank you.
I'm in complete support, and I imagine that everyone else is as well. Do you have any feelings on the expanded boundaries that were proposed?
Well, I'm glad that we have one of the owners who was not included in the original configuration. He's very enthusiastic about being included in the historic district now. So, and there are others who have, from what I understand, talking to some neighbors, have changed their minds, because once you go around and talk to them and let them know what the benefits are, especially those who are non-committal, they're non-committal because no one's actually talked to them about it. So I think that's very important, to know your neighbors and discuss with them the benefits of being in a historic district.
Wonderful.
Any questions?
Anybody else have any questions or comments?
No.
Thank you so much, and thank you for staying so late. And did you have anything you want to add?
No, I was just going to say it's really exciting, my first meeting here, and to hear a potential new district to be initiated by the homeowners. It's always an exciting time when that happens, particularly in this day and age with pressures from development, and also all of the discussion of sea level rise and these homes being below the minimum FEMA. So it's really great that you are bringing this forward.
Thank you.
And sir, as our chairperson said, we certainly have our support. But in terms of the boundary, is there any reason for you to believe that expanding the boundaries would hurt your cause in any way?
Expanding the...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question.
Would expanding the boundaries, do you see that it would hurt you in terms of people being against it in the expanded boundary, for example?
I don't think so. The gentleman who very enthusiastically want to be included, that particular extension had more residences on it than commercial buildings. Many other streets on the east side of the railroad tracks are mostly commercial. Mm-hmm. So our original configuration took that into consideration. If they're commercial, then they're basically non-conforming based. But this gentleman definitely was enthusiastic about it. So we want to reconfigure it to include him in it. Anybody else in that neighborhood, yeah.
And like our chairperson says, it's so exciting to hear about a new historic district. Where I came from on Long Island, there were very few historic districts. My own town had over 400 homes that were built between 1865 and 1930, and there was no chance of having a historic district.
Yeah, I can identify that. I come from Newport, Rhode Island,
yeah.
So it's a very historic town. Great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much. Thanks.
So, Ms. Mittner, do we need a motion?
Yes, please. I can pull that language back up for you, if that is the board's desire, that this is what we've done in the past. The board has voted to initiate this designation, and then we would follow the rest of the procedures outlined in the code.
Who would like the honor?
No.
Is someone going to make the motion? I think you could just say pursuant to historic preservation ordinance, we'd like to initiate designation. What?
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board, in accordance with Ordinance 94-48B, initiate the process for the designation of Sunshine Park neighborhood.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Approved. We look forward to working with you on this. It's very exciting. Thank you so much for your efforts. With that, can we have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn the meeting for tonight's Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you all.